Ladies and gentlemen, who could know better than scientists that we are in the middle of a multifaceted crisis? It is more complex and more dangerous than anything we've faced for many decades. We have to combat accelerating climate change, water crisis, food insecurity, declining biodiversity, failing energy supplies, mounting sovereign debts, and increasing social insecurity in a number of countries. These risk factors, coupled with rising traditional geopolitical tensions and wars, create a perfect storm. A storm that threatens to challenge the very foundations of our societies. A challenge that is rocking the core of our Anthropocene era. To face such a systemic challenge, we need an integrated, systemic approach. In fact, we are seeking is no less than crisis management and transformation at the same time. Yes, the challenges are great. They are interconnected. But they are not insurmountable. It is urgent to change course. And it is imperative that the scientific community plays its part in that. We need solutions supported by the scientific evidence. Let me call on the scientific community to develop practices and platforms to galvanize sustainable development. Let me call on you to provide scientific techniques to gain real-time insight into the well-being of our people and our shared vulnerable planet. We have to explore opportunities in frontier or disruptive technologies, such as the big data analytics, quantum computing, blockchain, and the Internet of Things. We need to go beyond GDP. I encourage the development of innovative business models and systems of measurement that are complementary to GDP, along with a new scientific methodology of ascertaining the progress made on sustainability. Let's remember, the important thing in science is not only to obtain new facts, but also to discover new ways of thinking about them. I look forward to receiving your feedback, your practical proposals, and the pragmatic advice from your community so that we can close our knowledge gaps and turn our collective ambition into action. The Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development can enhance international cooperation. It can improve policy making, and ultimately it can help to shape the decisions of the General Assembly, the town hall of the world. My team stands ready to work with you on how we can apply these virtues and use the results of basic sciences to make the Assembly more informed, more relevant, more efficient, and more successful to the benefit of all of us.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to address you all at this important opening session of the International Conference on Science, Ethics, and Human Development. As Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, the global organization of parliaments, I consider your deliberations during this week highly relevant to our work. Indeed, parliamentarians as representatives of the people construct the legislation, vote in the budgets, and provide the oversight to guide the way in which science is developed regulated, and used. The Interparliamentary Union is very keen to promote the role of parliamentarians as key stakeholders in science, ethics, and human development. In this way, we can bring the perspective of parliamentarians to this important subject, relevant to all of us as citizens. We are therefore increasing the dialogue between legislative and scientific communities around the globe, which is essential in solving current and future challenges in our societies. I also speak to you today as a diplomacy moderator of the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator and co-chair of its core task force on anticipatory science and diplomacy. The Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator brings together different communities to jointly anticipate scientific and technological advancements to develop inclusive and global solutions for a sustainable future. This search to anticipate current and future innovations in both science and technology is important for both scientists and politicians in view of the unprecedented pace in scientific advancement that we are witnessing today. It is essential that we begin discussing the ethics of such advancements, both current and anticipatory, now. Doing so can allow us to guide these innovations with well-planned legislation framed by both communities, ensuring that the well-being of humankind is at the center of science and politics. However, if we choose to wait until these advancements come upon us, the pace of these innovations might submerge us, leaving us ill-prepared for future challenges, which is why the dialogue between science and politics you will be having in the current days is so important. At the Interparliamentary Union, we consider the immense value of this dialogue for both parliamentarians and scientists. In 2021, a dedicated body, the IPU Working Group on Science and Technology, was established, bringing together parliamentarians from across the globe to discuss important topics related to science and technology. The Working Group on Science and Technology is currently working on drafting an international charter on the ethics of science and technology, which can be used as a framework for parliamentarians around the world relating to the ethics of science and technology. During this conference, participants will have the opportunity to discuss with this group, allowing us to ensure the dialogue between science and politics is an integral part of the drafting of this charter. At the IPU, we also recognize the potential of science as an area of political neutrality in creating conditions conducive to peace. I deeply value our partnership with the European Centre for Nuclear Research, with whom we are holding the Science for Peace Schools in November 2022, an advanced training program designed to encourage parliamentary staff from around the world to work together and experience models of scientific cooperation. Your discussions this week will mark the beginnings of our combined and sustained efforts in fostering and mobilizing dialogue between scientific actors and policymakers, surmounting traditional silos. I wish you all success and fruitful deliberations and discussions. Thank you.
Dear colleagues and friends, Promoting the ethical advancement of science and technology is one of the core functions of UNESCO. In recent years, UNESCO has applied this mandate to such frontier fields of science as genetic engineering, neurotechnologies, artificial intelligence. Nowadays, these emerging and converging technologies are at the center of decisions worldwide, as their impact will depend on the way humanity frames them and masters them. It is therefore essential to do it right from the outset. From the Universal Declaration on the Human Genome and Human Rights in 1997, the International Declaration on Human Genetic Data in 2003, the Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights in 2005, UNESCO has been long recognized the central role that the scientific community could play in ensuring ethics and science, which safeguards human rights and channel the technological developments towards shared human benefit. Mandated by member states throughout these normative instruments, UNESCO is a leading agency on bioethics at the global level, building national capacities in this domain. One pillar of the capacity
warmly welcome all ladies and gentlemen through joining the conference Science, Ethics and Human Development to be organized at the ICISE Quy Nhơn Bình Định Center today. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, 1996
công của cuộc gặp gỡ Montreal từ năm 1966 và gặp
1996 and Bra in 1998, dedicated to the international science community. Professor Trần Thanh Vân has established the association with a view to assisting the science development in Vietnam. Thế thì sao nhỉ? Mình có nên dịch không nhỉ? Họ tự dịch xong nữa.
with their peers from all over the world. And the association is an official partner of UNESCO since 2012. Nhằm tạo nên bước đệm cho việc phát triển về các hoạt động về khoa học và giáo dục tại Việt Nam, thì Hội Gặp gỡ Việt Nam đã lập nên Trung tâm Quốc tế Khoa học và Giáo dục liên ngành ICISE tại Quy Nhơn vào năm 2013. In order to serve as a step stone in developing its activities in science and education in Vietnam, Rencontres du Vietnam created the Center for Interdisciplinary Science and Education, ICISE Union in 2013. Và gặp gỡ Việt Nam lần thứ 18 tổ chức hội nghị và chuỗi các sự kiện bên lề trong tuần từ ngày 12 cho đến ngày 16 tháng 9 năm 2022 với chủ đề Khoa học, đạo đức và phát triển con người. Hoạt động này được ghi nhận là sự kiện châu lục tại châu Á trong khuôn khổ năm quốc tế về khoa học cơ bản vì sự phát triển bền vững, và đó là lý do của buổi lễ khai mạc ngày hôm nay ạ. Dạ. Rencontres du Vietnam, the 18th, organizing the conference and assembly of the CICE event around in the week 12 to 16 September 2022, has been granted the title of flagship continental events for Asia in the context of the International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022, and that's the reason for today's opening ceremony. Thank you. Vâng, kính thưa quý vị, đến tham dự buổi lễ ngày hôm nay về phía lãnh đạo Việt Nam, tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu đồng chí Nguyễn Xuân Thắng, Ủy viên Bộ Chính trị, giáo sư, Giám đốc Học viện Chính trị Quốc gia Hồ Chí Minh, Chủ tịch Hội đồng Lý luận Trung ương, đại biểu Quốc hội khóa 15. Professor Nguyễn Xuân Thắng, Politburo Member, Director of the Ho Chi Minh National Academy of Politics, Chairman of Central Theoretical Council, Member of the 15th National Assembly. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu giáo sư Tạ Ngọc Tấn, Phó Chủ tịch Thường trực Hội đồng Lý luận Trung ương, nguyên Ủy viên Ban chấp hành Trung ương Đảng, đại biểu Quốc hội khóa 12. Professor Tạ Ngọc Tấn, Standing Vice Chairman of Central Theoretical Council, former member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, member of the 12th National Assembly. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu đồng chí Nguyễn Mạnh Hùng, Ủy viên Trung ương Đảng, Bí thư Ban Cán sự Đảng, Bộ trưởng Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông. Minister Nguyễn Mạnh Hùng, member of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, Minister of Information and Communications. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu đồng chí Phạm Đức Long, Thứ trưởng Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông. Please welcome Mr. Phạm Đức Long, the Deputy Minister of Information and Communications. Xin trân trọng giới thiệu đồng chí Nguyễn Thanh Lâm, Thứ trưởng Bộ Thông tin Truyền thông. Please welcome Mr. Nguyễn Thanh Lâm, Deputy Minister of Information and Communications. Xin trân trọng giới thiệu đồng chí Hà Kim Ngọc, Thứ trưởng Bộ Ngoại giao. Welcome Mr. Hà Kim Ngọc, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu tiến sĩ Nguyễn Quân, Chủ tịch Hội Tự động hóa Việt Nam, nguyên Ủy viên Ban chấp hành Trung ương Đảng, nguyên Bộ trưởng Bộ Khoa học Công nghệ. Please welcome Mr. Nguyễn Quân, Chairman of Vietnam Automation Association, former member of the Central Committee of the Party, former Minister of Science and Technology. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Phan Thanh Bình, nguyên Chủ nhiệm Ủy ban Văn hóa Giáo dục Thanh thiếu niên Nhi đồng Quốc hội. Please welcome Mr. Phan Thanh Bình, former Chairman of Young Generation Education Culture Committee of National Assembly. Xin trân trọng giới thiệu giáo sư Nguyễn Anh Trí, đại biểu Quốc hội khóa 15, Ủy viên Ủy ban Xã hội của Quốc hội. Please welcome Professor Nguyễn Anh Trí, member of the 15th National Assembly, member of the Social Committee of National Assembly. Xin trân trọng giới thiệu giáo sư Trần Tuấn Anh, Phó Chủ tịch Viện Hàn lâm Khoa học và Công nghệ Việt Nam. Please welcome Professor Trần Tuấn Anh, Vice President of Vietnam Academy of Science and Technology. Kính thưa quý vị, về phía lãnh đạo tỉnh, tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu đồng chí Hồ Quốc Dũng, Bí thư Tỉnh ủy Nam Định. Please welcome Mr. Hồ Quốc Dũng, Secretary of Provincial Party Committee. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu đồng chí Phạm Anh Tuấn, Phó Bí thư Tỉnh ủy Bình Định. Please welcome Mr. Phạm Anh Tuấn, Deputy Secretary of Provincial Party Committee. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu đồng chí Lâm Hải Giang, Phó Chủ tịch Ủy ban Nhân dân tỉnh Bình Định. Please welcome Mr. Lâm Hải Giang, Vice Chairman of People Committee Bình Định. Kính thưa quý vị, và về phía đại biểu quốc tế, tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu bà Sonia Barry, Cố vấn cao cấp về phát triển bền vững của Đoàn Quốc hội Pháp tại UNESCO. Please welcome Ms. Sonia Barry, Senior Advisor for Science and Sustainable Development at the French National Commission for UNESCO. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu ông Luther Calisto Harry, Bộ trưởng Khoa học Công nghệ Honduras. Please welcome Mr. Luther Callisto Harry, Minister of Science and Technology, Honduras. Xin được trân trọng giới thiệu giáo sư Michel Spiro, Chủ tịch Năm Quốc tế Khoa học Cơ bản vì sự phát triển bền vững, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Quốc tế về vật lý cơ bản và ứng dụng. Please welcome Mr. Professor Michel Spiro, President of the International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development, the President, International Union of Pure and Applied Physics. Thank you so much. Kính thưa quý vị, và ngay sau đây tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu giáo sư Trần Thanh Vân, Chủ tịch Hội Gặp gỡ Việt Nam sẽ lên sân khấu để đọc diễn văn chào mừng ạ. And now I would like to invite Professor Trần Thanh Vân, Chairman of Rencontres du Vietnam, come to the stage for the opening speech. Please welcome. Cùng tham gia chương trình của chúng ta ngày hôm nay có đồng chí Nguyễn Tuấn Thanh, Phó Chủ tịch Thường trực của Ủy ban Nhân dân tỉnh Bình Định ạ. Xin mời quý vị cho một tràng vào tay để chào đón đồng chí ạ.
Dear friends and colleagues, welcome to you all to Vietnam and especially to the ICISE Center. Please allow me to start my welcome address in Vietnamese for our Vietnamese authorities. I will later continue in English.
Và sau đó thì tôi sẽ tiếp tục phát
Thưa
biểu
ông Nguyễn Xuân Thắng,
Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Thắng, the Politburo member of Party Committee and the Director of the National Academy of Politics Administration, Mr. Phạm Mạnh Hùng, the Minister of Information and Communication and Vice Minister, and other members in the delegation of the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication and Information, Mr. Hakim Ngọc, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and Chairman of the National Committee of Vietnam, and also the who has been continuously working closely with UNESCO agency in Vietnam, Mr. Hồ Quốc Dũng, the Chief Party Secretary of Bình Định, and all the leaders and former leaders of Bình Định Province. Mr. Phạm Anh Tuấn, the Deputy Chief Party Secretary of Bình Định Province. We are delighted to know that Mr. Phạm Minh Tuấn will stay with us in Bình Định. And in the future, we really wish to receive support and cooperation from you. Ladies and gentlemen, leaders, on behalf of the Vietnam Association, we'd like to sincerely extend our sincere thanks to all of you to come to join us in the opening ceremony of the Conference on Science, Ethics and Human Development today. Given the current context, Vietnam has been undergoing very significant revolution to transform Vietnam from a poor country in poverty to the very pretty becomes a giant economy, at least in ASEAN area. We are very delighted to see and to be proud to see such a important and significant
như chúng tôi thấy Việt Nam đã làm một cái cuộc cách mạng rất lớn. Thì giờ này sau một lúc ăn màng về nên là sau một lúc những cách mạng thành công về kinh tế, chúng tôi thấy là giờ này anh em mình cần phải làm một cuộc cách mạng mới để tư duy để mà đóng góp nhiều hơn cho sự phát triển khoa học để ngày sau chúng ta của một nước,
greatly to the science
hoàn toàn
development of a country.
trong những cái nhóm cầm đầu của thế giới.
To become the top leading, one of the top leading countries in this area.
Hội nghị này là một hội nghị
This
khoa học
conference
liên ngành
is supposed to be
nằm trong tinh thần chuỗi các hội
specialized
nghị
scientific
khoa học quốc
conference
tế
in a
mà chúng tôi
series
đã diễn
of
ra.
international conferences.
Các hội nghị này có cái đề tài là khoa học
The theme
và
of
cái
this
sự
conference
trao đổi giữa khoa học
is
với
science and
xã
exchange
hội.
between science and
Vì vậy năm 2016 chúng tôi
As
đã
such, in
tổ chức
2016,
hội nghị
we
khoa học
have
cơ bản
held
và xã
the,
hội.
conferences
Năm 2018
on basic,
chúng tôi
science
tổ
and
chức
the
hội nghị
link
khoa học
with the
để phát
society. In
triển.
2018,
Và năm
we
nay
also held
thì
another
với
science
chủ
conference.
đề
And
khoa học,
this year, with the
đạo
theme
đức
science, ethics,
và phát triển con
and
người.
human
Đây
development.
là cái mục tiêu mà chúng tôi
This is
muốn
our
cùng anh em
objective,
tìm hiểu
that
và tiến bộ hơn.
we would like to work together with you to explore further.
Như hội thảo này nó một tầm quan trọng trong cái chương trình gặp gỡ Việt Nam lần thứ 18 năm 2022, và hội nghị này đã được Hội đồng chủ trì đề án năm khoa học quốc tế cơ bản để phát triển bền vững, và cũng được UNESCO chấp nhận là một sự kiện tầm châu lục tại châu Á. Vì vậy, năm nay chúng tôi rất vui mừng là được cùng các vị đại biểu cùng các vị đại biểu đã biết là UNESCO và Liên Hợp Quốc đã công bố chính thức vào ngày 8 tháng 7 năm 2022 là năm nay là năm khoa học cơ bản để phát triển bền vững. Người thường tự hỏi như là khoa học cơ bản là gì, nó có khác khoa học này khác.
Put a question: What does basic science mean? Basic science, based on the curiosity of each individual, and from the curiosity and the keenness on exploring that results in our keenness on exploring. So the basic science is from that, in turn, that will turn into exploration and to serve the inclusive and sustainable development, to improve the societal equality, the well-being and of the society and of the world at large. So in all aspects, we need to explore and apply the science for sustainable development that are all linked to the basic science. This is a kind of virtuous circle that we are very keen on working together with the leaders and all the fellow colleagues in the International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development. Some bare outlines about the ICISE. The main purpose of establishing ICISE in order to facilitate international scientists to come to Vietnam to share with the Vietnamese scientists the advancement of and progress the most updated findings in a friendly atmosphere to incubate for the development of coming up with the new ideas. Let me emphasize the development of new ideas is very difficult to be reasoned in the crowded and noisy places in Saigon, Ho Chi Minh City. That's why in Bình Định is a place still full of wilderness, like wild areas. And with the great support from the leadership, and they're very keen on helping us to turn and asking us to help turning Bình Định into a city of science, not pursuing the goal as other cities and provinces. other cities, they pursue the goal of tourism development, but whereas Bình Định pursue another goal. And so we are delighted to receive such support from the local government to turn it into a cradle of science as an elite of the whole country. We also sincerely thank for the support, enthusiastic support of the leadership of the Bình Định province, especially the Chief Party Secretary Hồ Quốc Dũng, who has been a great companion for us for 11 or 12 years already. So we are very happy to have such a great companion. We are also thankful to the Vice Chairman, Mr. Nguyễn Tân Thanh, Mr. Giang, and all the directors of the line departments in this locality, and greatly thankful to other leaders who have been in retirement. But we are greatly thankful. And remember, we always recall the great support from all of those who in this journey. And we always have a good reminiscence of them as old friends, just like Mr. Quân from Ministry of Science Technology, Mr. Phan Thanh Bình, for being together with us to build this center. It's impossible for us to stand alone to build this center. We must based on the enthusiastic support and cooperation from friends and colleagues. So we would like to reiterate strongly that without the strong and enthusiastic support of the People's Committee, the central government leadership, ICISE would never be able to realize its purpose. So now I would like to repeat my speech in English for your.
Also continue to support us. I would like to welcome Dr. Pham Anton, Deputy Secretary of Indian Province Party, and also the President of the Committee of Bindin. I hope that with the presence of Mr. Pham Anton, we can work together in order to push the science and technology in this part of Vietnam. I would like to thank all of them for their presence in this opening ceremony. and their participation today is a great honor for the community of scientists, of parliamentarians, and the policy making present today at the conference. Dear participants of this conference, I am very happy to welcome you all and thank you. I think that most of you have made a long trip to come to this remote place. You know that Queen is very far from everywhere. It is why we have chosen Queen in order that the participants are always focused on the conference and not to visit other things. And I appreciate very much the long trip to come here. I also see that some of our friends coming from Argentina, they have spent more than 40 hours in their trip to come. It means that they have made a big effort to come to share with us their love for science. The main aim of this center, I will repeat again, the main aim of this center is to promote scientific exchanges and to share the education experience between developed countries and emerging countries like Vietnam. From such interaction in a relaxed atmosphere, it is very important that we are in a relaxed atmosphere. As the environment of ICISE here, we strongly hope that new ideas will be born, and these new ideas contribute to the progress of science in our world. Vietnam, with now almost 100 million inhabitants, is a big country and a long tradition of Confucius culture. I am sure and convinced that Vietnam can play an important role in this context, in this progress of science in the world. Dear friends and colleagues, I would like to thank again you all, as well as your family, for your presence in this opening event and your attendance to the conference, and your scientific contribution, your active participation will make this conference one of the most successful events in the Asia-Pacific world. My very deep thanks go to the organizer of the conference, especially those who are present in this conference, Professor Sonia Barry, Professor Maurizio Bona, Professor Alexis Trogun, Professor Le Bolin, Professor Le Kim Ngao, Professor Patrick Mestro, Professor Mukhtar Omar, Professor Michel Spiro, and Professor Gabriel Tejada. I think that you have all devoted so much time and energy to contact the speakers, to contact the lecturer and participants, and today you offer us a beautiful and exciting program. Thank you very much. This year, it is a very special year. I must say that with a few other countries, Vietnam, with UNESCO, Vietnam has participated since the beginning of the promotion of the project of proclamation of the United Nations of the International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development. And this year is 2022 and 2023. I would like to thank especially Professor Michel Spiro, President of the International Year of Basic Science, for having granted to our conference the prestigious status of International Year flagship continental event for Asia. Vietnam represents Asia for this prestigious event. And also, I remember that at the inauguration day of the International Year in Paris, UNESCO, Vietnam has received the torch of knowledge, to promote the development of basic science in our country. Basic science are driven by curiosity and inquiry. Basic science is the source of discovery, and this source of discovery leads to the application which improves the quality of life and sustainable development. In this context of sustainable development, ethics play an essential role in the protection of human values. It is one of the main objectives of this conference. I am also particularly happy that the Interparliamentary Union, which is represented here by Ambassador Mukhtar Omar, the IPU has accepted to co-organize this conference with us, and IPU has invited the member of the IPU workshop group on science and technology to attend the conference and to attend a special IPU meeting on the IPU chapter for the ethics of science and technology. This meeting is a very big honor for us, and it is the first time it is organized in Asia in this EC Center. Concerning the EC Center, we are just at the beginning of a long and exciting adventure. The exciting adventure is to build a network for scientific cooperation and exchanges between Vietnam and the world, and especially between Vietnam and the Pacific country, Asia-Pacific country. We really need deeply your help to make this center a place where young scientists can have the opportunity to learn and share with the senior new idea, a new method to deepen our knowledge of our world. I would like to mention that with the support of the government of Vietnam, especially, I think I have so much for Professor Nguyen Quân and the support of the province of Bình Định, we have created the Science Center, which is called Explora Science, to allow young people to discover science. I hope that during your time here, you will find some time to visit the center, which is next to the EC Center. Please consider this EC Center as your home. Please consider the center as your home and bring new ideas, new improvement for its future development, and enjoy your stay in discovering Vietnam, and especially in discovering its Cuban, Vietnam Cuban. Thank you very much.
Xin được trân trọng cảm ơn bài diễn văn chào mừng của giáo sư Trần Thanh Vân, Chủ tịch Hội Gặp gỡ Việt Nam. Thank you so much for the opening speech, Professor Trần Thanh Vân. Kính thưa quý vị và cùng đến tham dự hội nghị của chúng ta ngày hôm nay, tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu có đồng chí Huỳnh Thanh Xuân, Ủy viên Ban Thường vụ, Trưởng Ban Tuyên giáo của tỉnh ủy Bình Định ạ. Xin chào mừng ạ. Quý vị thân mến, và tiếp theo đây tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời quý vị cùng lắng nghe thông điệp của ngài Kasakoro.
Invite you to listen to the message from Mr. Kalakarosi, the chairman of the United Nations National Assembly.
From the chairman of UN, and please welcome.
It is more complex and more dangerous than anything we've faced for many decades. We have to combat accelerating climate change, water crisis, food insecurity, declining biodiversity, failing energy supplies, mounting sovereign debts, and increasing social insecurity in a number of countries. These risk factors, coupled with rising traditional geopolitical tensions and wars, create a perfect storm. A storm that threatens to challenge the very foundations of our societies. A challenge that is rocking the core of our Anthropocene era. To face such a systemic challenge, we need an integrated, systemic approach. In fact, we are seeking is no less than crisis management and transformation at the same time. Yes, the challenges are great. They are interconnected, but they are not insurmountable. It is urgent to change course, and it is imperative that the scientific community plays its part. We need an integrated, systemic approach. We need solutions. In fact, we are seeking is no less than crisis management the scientific community and transformation at the same platforms to galvanize sustainable development. The challenges are great. They are interconnected, but they are not insurmountable. It is urgent to change course, and it is imperative that the scientific community plays its part in that. We need solutions supported by the scientific evidence. Let me call on the scientific community to develop practices and platforms to galvanize sustainable development. Let me call on you to provide scientific techniques to gain real-time insight into the well-being of our people and our shared vulnerable planet. We have to explore opportunities in frontier or disruptive technologies, such as the big data analytics, quantum computing, blockchain, and the Internet of Things. We need to go beyond GDP. I encourage the development of innovative business models and systems of measurement that are complementary to GDP, along with a new scientific methodology of ascertaining the progress made on sustainability. Let's remember, the important thing in science is not only to obtain new facts, but also to discover new ways of thinking about them. I look forward to receiving your feedback, your practical proposals, and the pragmatic advice from your community so that we can close our knowledge gaps and turn our collective ambition into action. The Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development can enhance international cooperation. It can improve policy making, and ultimately it can help to shape the decisions of the General Assembly, the town hall of the world. My team stands ready to work with you on how we can apply these virtues and use the results of basic sciences to make the Assembly more informed, more relevant, more efficient, and more successful to the benefit of all of us.
Vâng, kính thưa quý vị, vừa rồi là thông điệp của Ngài Chủ tịch Đại hội đồng Liên Hợp Quốc. Và ngay sau đây tôi xin được trân
Assembly. Now I'd like to invite on the stage Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Thắng, the Politburo members and director of the Academy, National Academy Political Administration of Ho Chi Minh City. And
Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Thắng, Politburo member, director of the Ho Chi Minh National Academy of Politics, chairman of Central Theoretical Council, member of the 15th National Assembly. Please welcome.
Your Excellency, Professor Trần Thanh Vân, and ladies and gentlemen. So today in the beautiful and hospitable Quy Nhơn City, a large number of great scientists in the world and Vietnam have come here to attend the conference, Science, Ethics and Human Development. So this is the third conference within the framework of Entre du Vietnam, organized by Science and Education Organization, and it is also a special event in the chain of activities of the government of Vietnam, directly under the Ministry of Science and Technology in response to the International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022, launched by the United Nations General Assembly. So on behalf of the leaders of Party and State of Vietnam, I would like to send a warm and respectful greeting to the scientists and delegates who have come to Quy Nhơn, Bình Định Province, a land rich in cultural and historical traditions of central Vietnam, where many new ideas can be spread to attend this important and meaningful workshop. So I wish all of you good health, happiness, and you will gain many interesting experiences in Vietnam. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world of unprecedented rapid changes, full of uncertainties, instability, and unpredictable risk. The progress of science and technology is far beyond the common perception of mankind, beyond the vision and forecast of politicians, and much faster for the process of improving and supplementing the laws and policies of countries. So that trend is putting humanity's development progress in front of many opportunities and challenges. And the ethical boundaries of science, especially those directly related to people, become ever more fragile. So nearly 130 years ago, Alfred Nobel left a will on awarding prizes to individuals who have made great contributions to humanity, with the desire to be able to compensate for development and peace of the world before the consequences arising from his invention of dynamite. Today, humanity is no longer too surprised when the impact of scientific achievements is beyond the wishes and expectation of the people who invented them. Even people can lose control over their own inventions. We all know that cloning technology can be used to select healthy genomes, but it also raises the nightmare that the possibility humans could be mass cloned in the lab is getting closer to reality. The advent of social networks creates a vast information exchange space for individuals to share, connect, and cooperate across geographical distances, but also makes the inner world of human become poor, making many people feel bored, lonely, and lost. The invention of artificial intelligence and intelligent robots has given new impetus to development, helping us to better solve many of life's complex problems. But it also raises a big question in today's modern world. That is, what place will people be in relation to institutions and technology? So those are just a few of the many vivid examples we will discuss in this series of workshops. Here, I do not just want to talk about the great role that the natural sciences play in changing the world, but also the social sciences and the humanities. We all know that geopolitical, geostrategic studies in international relations have formed strategic comparative thinking, triggering costly arms races and conflicts and prolonged bloody conflicts. Unfortunately, to this day, that mindset still haunts a part of humanity. The humanities and social sciences have long been shaping the patterns and development paths of countries. There are models that have been very successful, but there are models that bring harmful consequences to society, pushing a part of population into poverty. Therefore, policymakers play a very important role in determining the ethical boundary for real scientific progress for people in line with the development of society and serving the real needs of the society. That requires alertness and bravery, especially having faith in the path of creativity and innovation before changes. On this occasion, I would like to mention three trends that may be detrimental to the establishment of a bridge between politicians and the scientific community and market actors. Number one, populism. That is when political views that mainly serve to win the votes from voters, when political views become flowery words to please the majority of people while not based on scientific evidence or only based on one-sided arguments without policy criticism, those mistakes. Therefore, it is necessary to carefully consider the attitudes towards scientific research. On the one hand, scientists cannot arbitrarily comment and evaluate without really thorough research. On the other hand, politicians cannot arbitrarily prevent or ban research directions on the grounds that they violate ethics. Number two, dogmatism. Dogmatism, that is when there is excessive, hasty and rigid import of new ideas from outside, lack of selection of suitable, not suitable for development condition, and the successive countries really need to promote international integration of science, but that should not lead to the lowering of endogenous capacity, the inheritance and promotion of traditional scientific knowledge. In the development process, we believe that internal forces play a decisive role, external forces also play an important role, but we must know how to combine national strengths with the strength of the times. If we cannot standing on the shoulders of the giants, we can at least go with them. Number three, market monopoly. The development of science and technology in the context of a market economy always has potential risk and faces ethical problems. Today, large companies are monopolizing control of most new technologies. Even a strong national government is still very difficult to intervene. The COVID-19 pandemic has once again raised the need to establish effective sharing mechanisms, including copyrights of inventions and patents, so that successive countries have conditions to develop vaccines for the community. In practice, however, this is still very difficult. It should be emphasized that scientific and technological achievements should be the foundation for promoting the formation of true human values and true morality of people in Vietnam. We have a saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to reach your destination, go together. Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to share with you the message, Vietnam's vision for scientific development for the people. This is a message about a vision with Vietnamese characteristic and bravery about the harmony between ethics, science, and development in a rapidly changing and unpredictable world context. Development for people has been persistently pursued by Vietnam since the early years of its founding. That goal has been consistently expressed on the national title of Vietnam for the past 77 years, which is independence, freedom, happiness. President Ho Chi Minh thinks that if the country is independent, but the people do not enjoy freedom and happiness, then independence has no meaning. When leaving to find a way to save the country, President Ho Chi Minh decided to choose the direction of the journey to the West, because this is where the power of world science and technologies is held. President Ho Chi Minh also said, an ignorant nation is a weak nation, and always advised the young generation to study hard so that the Vietnamese people could step up to the glory stage, standing shoulder to shoulder with the powers of 5 continents. To fulfill his wish, today we define the vision of building a Vietnam rich country, strong country, democracy, justice and civilization, becoming a developed high-income country in the socialist orientation. By the middle of the 21st century, that vision both carry the values and development aspiration of the Vietnamese people, but also carry the universal development values of humanity, and are recognized by comprehensive renovation process of the country. Đổi mới, or economic reform, is a historic choice, marks a great turning point, has extremely important significance, bringing about a profound and comprehensive change in perception and thinking about the way of national construction and development. That's the result of a whole process of theoretical research, practical summaries, and it has really become an innovative product of Vietnam. From the thinking of central planning, Vietnam has realized that the market economy is a product of human civilization, has developed many models adapting to many different conditions and practices. Developing a market economy by itself does not lead to socialism, but in order to successfully build socialism, it is definitely necessary to develop a market economy. And the socialist-oriented market economy is a breakthrough in Vietnam's theory and has practically become the general economic development model of Vietnam in the Đổi mới period. From the closed state, isolated, embargoed, Vietnam has gradually opened up, comprehensively and deeply integrated into the region and the world. And we have implemented the independent diplomacy policies, self-reliance, peace, cooperation and development, diversification, and multilateralization of relations. So Vietnam is a friend, really reliable partner, and an active, responsible member of the international community with outstanding contributions, such as the idea of innovative growth and inclusive development at the 2017 APEC summit. So after 37 years of Đổi mới, from a poor, low-income country, Vietnam has become a developing middle-income country. The current per capita income has increased 14 times. The size of the economy has increased 26 times compared to the early years of the Đổi mới. So in the early 2 decades, from 1990 to 2010, nearly 30 million Vietnamese people have escaped from poverty. The poverty rate has decreased from 58% in 1993 to 2.32% in 2021. So that's the result of consistently implementing the strategy of rapid, inclusive and sustainable development, of the view that people are the goal and the driving force of development. The people are the subject of Đổi mới, the center of the course of national construction and development. Economic development goes hand in hand with ensuring progress, social justice and environmental protection in every step, every policy and throughout the development process. And especially there is important contribution of the consistent implementation of the idea that science and technology development, education and training, and human development are the top national policy, the shortest path and most economical way to develop quickly, sustainably and modernize the country. So Vietnam's strategy for development of science, technology, and innovation until 2030 sets our overall goal that science, technology, and innovation to develop firmly really become a growth engine, marking a decisive contribution to turning Vietnam into a developing country with modern industry. So I would like to mention 3 important factors that create a harmonious connection between ethical, scientific, and development foundations in Vietnam in the new vision. Number 1, it is innovation. This is a prominent highlight of the vision of science and technology development and a driving force for Vietnam's development in the new period, which is reflected throughout the orientation on continuing to transform the growth model, the structure of the economy, accelerate industrialization and modernization on the basis of strong application of scientific and technological advances, especially the achievements of the 4th Industrial Revolution, accelerate national digital transformation, develop digital economy. Number 2, it is fast and sustainable development. This is a strategy with dual goals in line with the requirements of a late mover, in which the requirements for sustainable development are expressed through orientation on proactively and effectively adapting to climate change, strictly manage and effectively use natural resources, especially land, minerals, and water resources, building green economy, circular economy, environmental friendly, develop ecological agriculture, build modern countryside. Number 3, people-centered approach. This is an attribute in every development process of Vietnam. We advocate for comprehensive human development, ensuring human security, taking care of health, safety, and a good living environment for the people, leaving no one behind, improving the quality of life and indicators of human happiness, especially consider culture and people as the endogenous strengths, resource, and the most important driving force in the national construction and development. Ladies and gentlemen, Vietnam needs great efforts on the journey of fast and sustainable development, turning challenges into opportunities to break through and rise so that science, technology, and innovation are truly important driving force for the country's development. We understand that in order to do these things, it is necessary to have the companionship of the Vietnamese and international scientific community. We really want the international community will be more aware of Vietnam's determination and strong action in its effort to direct science to the highest goal, that is the comprehensive development of people, efforts to develop the country quickly and sustainably, contributing to the realization of the world's goals of inclusive and sustainable development. So with love and respect for our wonderful planet, we wish the community of scientists to continue to have many more inventions and innovation to contribute to the development, peace, and happiness of mankind. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the remarks of Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Thắng. And to continue, I would like to invite you to listen to the message from the General Secretary of IPU, Martin Truman.
Please listen.
Me to address you all at this important opening session of the International Conference on science, ethics, and human development. As Secretary General of the Interparliamentary Union, the global organization of parliaments, I consider your deliberations during this week highly relevant to our work. Indeed, parliamentarians, as representatives of the people, construct the legislation, vote in the budgets, and provide the oversight to guide the way in which science is developed, regulated, and used. The Interparliamentary Union is very keen to promote the role of parliamentarians as key stakeholders in science, ethics, and human development. In this way, we can bring the perspective of parliamentarians to this important subject, relevant to all of us as citizens. We are therefore increasing the dialogue between legislative and scientific communities around the globe, which is essential in solving current and future challenges in our societies. I also speak to you today as a diplomacy moderator of the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator and co-chair of its core task force on anticipatory science and diplomacy. The Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator brings together different communities to jointly anticipate scientific and technological advancements to develop inclusive and global solutions for a sustainable future. This search to anticipate current and future innovations in both science and technology is important for both scientists and politicians in view of the unprecedented pace in scientific advancement that we are witnessing today. It is essential that we begin discussing the ethics of such advancements, both current and anticipatory, now. Doing so can allow us to guide these innovations with well-planned legislation framed by both communities, ensuring that the well-being of humankind is at the center of science and politics. However, if we choose to wait until these advancements come upon us, the pace of these innovations might submerge us, leaving us ill-prepared for future challenges, which is why the dialogue between science and politics you will be having in the current days is so important. At the Interparliamentary Union, we consider the immense value of this dialogue for both parliamentarians and scientists. Technology was established, bringing together parliamentarians from across the globe to discuss important topics related to science and technology. The Working Group on Science and Technology is currently working on drafting an international charter on the ethics of science and technology, which can be used as a framework for parliamentarians around the world relating to the ethics of science and technology. During this conference, participants will have the opportunity to discuss with this group, allowing us to ensure the dialogue between science and politics is an integral part of the drafting of this charter. At the IPU, we also recognize the potential of science as an area of political neutrality in creating conditions conducive to peace. I deeply value our partnership with the European Centre for Nuclear Research, with whom we are holding the Science of Peace Schools in November 2022, an advanced training program designed to encourage parliamentary staff from around the world to work together and experience models of scientific cooperation. Your discussions this week will mark the beginnings of our combined and sustained efforts in fostering and mobilizing dialogue between scientific actors and policymakers, surmounting traditional silos. I wish you all success and fruitful deliberations and discussions. Thank you.
Vâng, thưa quý vị, vừa rồi là thông điệp từ ngài Tổng thư ký Liên minh Nghị viện Thế giới. Và ngay sau đây tôi xin được
the IPU. Now I'd like to introduce the messages from the Assistant General Director of UNESCO, Gabriel Gemes. Thưa các đồng nghiệp, các bạn, thúc đẩy sự ứng dụng khoa học kỹ thuật một cách đạo đức là một trong những vai trò của UNESCO. Và những năm gần đây UNESCO có nghĩa vụ này để mà chúng ta thúc đẩy sự phát triển của khoa học công nghệ từ nhiều lĩnh vực về trí thông minh nhân tạo, về các cái lĩnh vực khác. Ở trên thế giới, tất cả những lĩnh vực này sẽ ảnh hưởng rất nhiều tới cách chúng ta nắm bắt được khoa học kỹ thuật cũng như sử dụng nó như nào, cho nên là rất quan trọng chúng ta ngay từ khi bắt đầu
From the Universal Declaration on the Human Genome and Human Rights in 1997, the International Declaration on Human Genetic Data in 2003, the Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights in 2005, UNESCO has been long recognized the central role that the scientific community could play in ensuring ethics and science, which safeguards human rights and channel the technological developments towards shared human benefit. Mandated by member states throughout these normative instruments, UNESCO is a leading agency on bioethics at the global level, building national capacities in this domain. One pillar of the capacity building is to establish, promote, and support ethics committees that are independent, that are multidisciplinary, that are pluralistic. Well, another one is to initiate and support teaching programs and professional education in bioethics and ethics in all fields of sciences. This initiative has been proven to be a key driver of global bioethics agenda. With technical support from us, national bioethics infrastructures have been established and reinforced across regions, playing a key role in assessing the relevant ethical, legal, scientific, and social issues, and also providing advice to policymakers, monitoring scientific and technological developments, and formulating recommendations and guidelines on issues within the scope of UNESCO's declaration. From Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Europe, the Arab region, to Asia, to the Pacific, the success is also testified by the debate, education, and public awareness and engagement with the bioethics and ethics of science and technology that, of course, are being triggered by the world as we know it, but also by the work of UNESCO's in this domain. Dear colleagues and friends, allow me to remind you that today we cannot talk about these issues without also talking about how to promote ethics in the digital domain. I'm sure that you are all aware of the adoption of UNESCO's General Conference last November of the recommendation of the ethics of artificial intelligence, a global instrument that ensures that artificial intelligence is trustworthy, human rights-based and sustainable, and conducive to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. This global instrument is really groundbreaking. It offers much-needed guidance through an equitable blueprint on how to achieve this balance between leveraging the full transformative potential of artificial intelligence technologies while controlling the downside risk, while ensuring transparency, accountability, privacy, and of course, human dignity. I'm delighted to join you in this roundtable on artificial intelligence and augmented mankind on Thursday to deliver a keynote on this specific topic and to present to you the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence, which, as I said, is the first global instrument. And in closing, I would like to thank the government of Vietnam, the International Center for Interdisciplinary Science and Education, and the Rencontres du Vietnam initiative for organizing this important international conference. We will be discussing the ethics of science in topics such as health and gene manipulation, environment and biodiversity, scientific education, emerging technologies, and all these to promote sustainable development and peace. I wish you a productive deliberations and look forward to meeting you all in person in 2 days in Cunon. Thank you so much.
Vâng, kính thưa quý vị, vừa rồi là thông điệp đến từ đại diện của UNESCO. Và ngay bây giờ tôi xin được trân trọng giới thiệu một thông điệp đến từ Đại sứ Pháp tại Việt Nam Nicolas Wannery, và xin được kính mời tiến sĩ Alexis Drogun đến từ Viện Nghiên cứu Phát triển Pháp sẽ lên để thay mặt ngài đại sứ đọc thông điệp này. And now I would like to invite Dr. Alexis Drogun from IRD come to the stage and deliver the message from Ambassador of France in Vietnam. Please welcome.
Dear participants, I will deliver this message in French, but you should have a translation on your desk, either in English or Vietnamese. Donc je vais m'adresser à vous, car Son Excellence Monsieur Nicolas Warnery, ambassadeur de France en République socialiste du Vietnam, n'a pas pu se déplacer pour participer à la conférence. Donc c'est un honneur et un plaisir de m'adresser à un parterre de scientifiques aussi prestigieux que le vôtre pour l'ouverture de ce 3e colloque international à propos du développement humain et de l'éthique en sciences. Quoi de plus fondamental et de plus noble, en effet, que ce questionnement? C'est un sujet majeur, mais c'est un sujet sensible, voire un sujet fragile. La science ne peut en effet pas être envisagée sans conscience et donc sans éthique. Le scientifique, évidemment, est le premier maillon. L'éthique personnelle du scientifique est le premier maillon. La discipline vient ensuite. La discipline elle-même, avec ses questionnements, ses tâtonnements éthiques et scientifiques. Puis la discipline en interaction avec les autres champs disciplinaires, l'interdisciplinarité et les questionnements éthiques et scientifiques qu'elle porte également. Et enfin, tous ces sujets portés par les nations, individuellement et, espérons-le de plus en plus, collectivement. La liste des ateliers de ces rencontres témoigne déjà de la pertinence de vos travaux à venir, en prise avec les grands enjeux du monde contemporain, de l'intelligence artificielle au développement durable, de la santé à l'éducation et à l'enseignement universitaire, des technologies émergentes aux instances intergouvernementales. Nul doute que vous tous et vous toutes saurez aborder toutes ces questions et plus encore au cours de ce séminaire qui s'annonce passionnant, tant la liste prestigieuse de scientifiques que vous représentez, la diversité des disciplines que vous représentez également, et l'implication acteurs-chercheurs qui en résultent sont garants d'éthique, en conscience, dans la science, si je puis me permettre ce genre d'expression. Merci à vous pour cette contribution à ces sujets majeurs. Merci infiniment à nos amis Jean et Kim pour leur dévouement à la science et à l'enseignement supérieur. Merci à l'ICISE d'offrir également un cadre absolument idéal à cette réflexion scientifique de haut niveau international. L'ICISE, comme un symbole fort de la coopération scientifique de la France et du Vietnam depuis de nombreuses années, et je l'espère pour de nombreuses années encore. Merci.
Vâng, xin được trân trọng cảm ơn tiến sĩ Alexis Drogun cùng với lại thông điệp của Ngài Đại sứ Pháp tại Việt Nam Nicolas Wannery. Kính thưa quý vị, và ngay sau đây tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời lên sân khấu ông Trần Tuấn Anh, Phó Chủ tịch Viện Hàn lâm Khoa học và Công nghệ Việt Nam sẽ có đôi lời phát biểu với quý vị. Xin trân trọng kính mời. And now I would like to invite Mr. Trần Tuấn Anh, Vice President of the Vietnam Academy of Science, come to the stage and deliver the speech. Please welcome.
Mr. Nguyễn Xuân Thắng, the Politburo members and director of the Ho Chi Minh City National Academy of Political Administration, the leaders of Bình Định provinces, and distinguished guests, the scientists, both international and local scientists, who are joining me conference today. On behalf of our academic institute, I'd like to sincerely thank Professor Trần Thanh Vân for inviting our institute to join your conference. Our institute is one of the leading basic science research institute of our country. We are always deeply aware of the importance of basic science for the economic social development of the country to solve the national and global problems. We need that necessitate to have interdisciplinary studies. On that spirit, the contribution of our institution as an advisory role to the country, to the government, in the projects to devote to the dedicated to the welfare of the countries. We are delighted to see the United Nations use 2022 as International Year for Sustainable Development. The event of 2022 as International Year, and the conference today will be contributing to elevate the basic science to closer to the policymakers and regulators. I would like to sincerely wish all the best of health and great success for our conference today.
Xin được trân trọng cảm ơn bài phát biểu của ông Trần Tuấn Anh. Kính thưa quý vị, ngay sau đây tôi xin được trân trọng kính mời lên sân khấu ngài Michel Spiro, Chủ tịch Năm Quốc tế Khoa học Cơ bản vì sự phát triển bền vững, Chủ tịch Liên đoàn Quốc tế về vật lý cơ bản và ứng dụng sẽ có đôi lời phát biểu với quý vị. And now I would like to invite Mr. Michel Spiro, President of the International Year of Basic Science for Sustainable Development, President International Union of Pure and Applied Physics, come to the stage and deliver the speech. Please welcome.
Thank you. Dear Jean-Tran Thanh Van, dear Kim, dignitaries, colleagues, participants. In December 2021, the United Nations General Assembly proclaimed the year of 2022 as the International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development, under the auspices of UNESCO. Due to the late proclamation, the IYBSST 2022 activities are being implemented from July 8th, 2022. This was the time of the opening ceremony at UNESCO headquarters in Paris, to October 6th, 2023. The closing ceremony will be at CERN in the new Science Gateway building built by the famous architect Renzo Piano. The International Year will highlight the important role of basic sciences for sustainable development. The rationale and the takeaway message of the year is the following. Basic sciences are curiosity-driven and inquiry-driven. They are the foundations of education and the sources of discoveries which turn into applications which can serve an inclusive, sustainable development. By this we mean improving global equity and well-being together with a healthy and lively planet. It's a difficult equation. Altogether, education, discoveries, application, and inclusive sustainable development must boost collaborative and open basic sciences. This is a virtuous circle that we want to promote during the International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development and after. And I think that this is also the goal of the ICISE Center here in Queen Anne. To achieve this goal, we shall need you, teachers, scientists, the private sector, decision makers, both from private and public sectors, and society at large to share this vision and act accordingly. Already 50 international scientific unions and research organizations are leading this international year as members of the steering committee. By the way, ICISE and Jean-Tran Tan Van is the vice chair of the steering committee, and ICISE is part of the steering committee. 110 national science academies, I think the Vietnamese Academy is also part of this international advisory committee. 110 national science academies, scientific networks, and associations are supporting the movement. We hope and we know that these figures will increase all along the year. These unions, organizations, academies, networks, and associations are the foundations for the success of this year and for further initiatives beyond this international year. All these organizations and all these people involved will set up thousands of events during this international year, which will inspire greater engagement in science, encourage young people towards career in the field, highlight the value of fundamental research for society at large. These events will be local, national, regional, and few of them will be flagship global events. This event here on science, ethics, and human development in ICISE in Quy Nhon is a flagship global continental event for Asia. There will be an event next week in Serbia for Europe. There will be an event in Africa, in Rwanda for Africa, hopefully in Morocco for Arab countries, and we are looking for an event in North America. We hope to have in Honduras for Latin America, and we hope to have something in North America and in Oceania. We also hope that thanks to the support of its president, Csaba Kőrösi, you heard it a minute ago, under the support of its president, a major IYBSSD event could be organized under his auspices during the 77th UN General Assembly, and that it may lay the foundation for a decade of actions that will follow the IYBSSD 2022. To achieve this, we need the engagement of UN member states, and we hope that those who have supported us so far will help, starting with Vietnam and with Honduras. What could be the indicators of success which could be highlighted at CERN at the closing ceremony of IYBSSD? The number of events, their geographical distribution, their number of participants, and their impact. Second, concrete commitments from governments, parliaments, to appropriately and openly fund basic sciences over the next decade. Third, investments and programs on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics for young people education, and on the promotion of educational programs aimed at bringing future scientists and engineers and policy makers closer together. Fourth, initiatives to build solid bridges between science policymakers and the rest of the society in order to use evidence-based decisions for the solution of global problems. And fifth, last, mobilizing all forces for a sustainable development, for global equity and a healthy, lively planet, using lessons from the models of mobilizations of scientists in basic sciences. In conclusion, and as a general guideline for ethics in basic sciences, every scientist, through his or her institution, especially when supported by public funds, even if his research is curiosity and inquiry-driven, should have in mind how his or her activity and findings could impact the world and might be of interest for contributing to make it better. I mean, by bringing benefits to and improving well-being of society at large, and to contributing to global equity and to a healthy and lively planet. However, scientists must be given the necessary funding and freedom, and the right to collaborate with the other scientists, science for peace, to conduct the research, and to be listened to at all levels of decisions making, and to inspire that way the decision makers and the society at large. But I am sure that this conference will bring further insight in this very important theme of the International Year of Basic Sciences for Sustainable Development. I mean science, ethics, and human development. Best wishes for a promising, superb conference. Enjoy, and thank you for being part of it and for your attention. Thank you.
Xin được trân trọng cảm ơn bài phát biểu vừa rồi của ngài Spiro. Và kính thưa quý vị, chúng ta cũng xin được cảm ơn rất nhiều những cái bài phát biểu trong chương trình ngày hôm nay của các vị lãnh đạo, các đại biểu, các vị khách quý cùng với lại các nhà khoa học trên toàn thế giới. Và đặc biệt là sự có mặt của tất cả quý vị trong buổi khai mạc hội nghị ngày hôm nay. Một lần nữa xin được cảm ơn tất cả quý vị, kính chúc quý vị thật nhiều sức khỏe. Và ngay sau đây thì chúng ta sẽ cùng chúc cho hội nghị khoa học thành công tốt đẹp. Và xin mời quý vị chúng ta sẽ cùng đi ra ngoài của khán phòng để cùng chụp hình lưu niệm để cho một cái buổi hội nghị của chúng ta thật là thành công, lưu giữ những hình ảnh thật là đẹp, được không ạ? Xin là cảm ơn quý vị rất nhiều. Một lần nữa xin kính chúc quý vị thật nhiều sức khỏe. Cảm ơn rất nhiều ạ. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I would like to end the opening ceremony here. And please, the distinguished guests and scientists, please move out the room, move outside, and we can take the photo. Thank you so much. And before we going back to the round table, thank you.
For me, it is the second time to attend the Rencontres du Vietnam. 2018, I came here. I talked about my organization. I talked about its history. I left here in May. I went back to my country. I was overwhelmed about what I've seen here. I was overwhelmed about the scientists we met, the president of Vietnam that we met, how the government really supporting science. I went back to my country, Egypt. I talked to the government. I told them that there is a good experience in Vietnam. We have to learn from Vietnam. 3 months later, the president of Vietnam was in my country, and they were talking about science. They were talking about how science can be a center of really cooperation. How can we use science as an element of peace, an enabler of peace? I would like to introduce each one of the panelists. And of course, each one in details, they are there in the book. And I cannot also tell in details, each one of them, they have a wonderful story and experience. But I would like to introduce simply, first of all, the panelists in a simple terms, and then I would introduce the IPU again, and then we will give the floor. Before giving the floor, I would like to say some confession, which is very important. Yes, Dennis is roughing, of course. So basically, what we have here is a dialogue really between scientists and politicians, the first of its kind. We have Dr. Sahar Atiyah, Egyptian parliamentarian, the head of Science and Technology Committee, and she's the vice chair of the working group on science and technology. She's got a message. She's a lady, works in Egypt in a very important fields of urbanization. And working in urbanization is basically you are putting the future of your country, you are putting the context of your civilization. In Egypt, what is there is the building of in Aswan and Pharaonic. Those are work for people like Sahar, but ages ago. And we have, on my left-hand side, we have Karen coming all the way from Argentina. I remember talking to her, asking her to enter a dialogue with politicians 2 years ago. She was the only one really who understood the idea that it is needed now to have that discussions. She joined us in all the meetings. We are proud of her. We have her in all the meetings with the Arab parliaments, with our committees. We are proud that she's one of the organizers of Science for Peace School, which is an amazing project we will talk about later on. I was very happy personally to have Dennis with us, a wonderful Irish parliamentarian. He got the experience about science. He worked as an executive in science, and now he's a parliamentarian in science. And he's heading our committee regarding science. He's a very important member. We are proud to have him. And then on the other side, we have an amazing scientist coming all the way from the United States, from Santa Barbara University. We are all going to listen to her. We want to see what is the input that she can provide us. She's there, she learned that she's really very close, and we are here probably far from the events that always happen there. And then we are honored to have Mr. Phan Tan from Vietnam. Here, we are completing the whole process. Here, we are talking about science and education, and this is a very important meeting to talk what will be the future of science now. How can we look about the future of science now? And this will only happen between the discussions, strong discussions between parliamentarians and scientists. I will just give for 1 minute what is the IPU, and then I will say the confession, and then I will leave the floor for discussions. Well, so the confession requires to take off the... So basically, the IPU is one part of the human inventions. In 1865, the human came up with this ITU. ITU is Inter-Telegraph Union. It was the first communication, you know. Previously, we used to make the drums as human and we see if there is anybody there. So with the telegraph, we started to communicate another type of drums. After the telegraph, we have the UPU, Union Postal Union, you know. It is like a universal postal union. It was all, we now started to communicate. So humanity started to address dialogue. 10 years later, in 1889, came the idea of what should we do now? We now are communicating. So came an idea that why don't we start establishing a political organization? So here came the IPU, the Inter-Parliamentary Union, 1889, ages before the League of Nations, the United Nations. The IPU was based on peace and dialogue. Since then, it was really closed. Lots of problems in the world was solved within the IPU. Let me tell you that in our archives, you're going to see the meetings between Gorbachev and the American part, Sadat of Egypt and the Israelis, even Nasser and the British. The IPU have the reasons, have the story of what went wrong and what is going wrong, and even why we cannot stop it. If this is just a simple introduction about the IPU and about the role of parliamentarians and how the IPU helped in the establishment of the League of Nations, and how we helped also in the establishment of the United Nations, and it was only 2014 that we started to open our doors. Parliamentarians around the world, around 46,000 parliamentarians, they trusted us. When they have a problem with their governments, we go defend them. We have a committee to defend parliamentarians. We want them to talk. Most of the countries, any country has a problem with parliamentarians, we go, we are involved. Now, I talked about IPU, I give a small introduction, and here comes the confession. After I finished 2018, the meeting here, I went to Egypt, as I told you, I went to my physics professor. He's a father in the church, and I was raised in an educational Coptic church system. And I was a Muslim, I'm still. But I was raised there. I went to my professor, I told him, I just came from Vietnam. This is the photo of Van. This is the photo of Michel Spiro. I was there. I am good now. And then he looked at me and he told me, very good. Do they know that you failed physics? So I said, really, there was no time to discuss this, He said, yes, you have to promise me. Next time you meet them, tell them that you failed physics 3 years. That physics was going to be the reason for you to stop education. And that was true, really. I didn't like physics at all. But if I didn't like physics, I hated something else called trigonometry. And I was always asking, why should we use trigonometry? I told my professor, I want to be a driver. I'm not going to use trigonometry in driving. But apparently, the only way that I can pass by, I have to study around it. So I started to study the history of trigonometry and the history of physics. I want to know the people who are really giving me hard in life. I've been punished by my family because of physics and trigonometry. I want to know who are the people who really invented this thing. Probably they invented it only just to bother me. I read about trigonometry, and I found the gentleman who started this whole idea, his name is Omar al-Khayyam, in the 10th century. Probably exactly the 10th century. This guy who invented trigonometry, he's the same one who was a philosopher. And I know Omar al-Khayyam because he's a brand of wine in my country. And I was wondering, what is the relation between wine and physics and philosophy and art and astronomy and mathematics? Then Omar al-Khayyam himself introduced me to the father of medicine, Avicenna, who was amazing. Avicenna is the reason of all what we are here. Avicenna said, and he was before Omar al-Khayyam, he said that there is no uncurable disease. there is a lack of will. And there is no worthless herbs. There is a lack of knowledge. Avicenna himself told us, you cannot do anything unless you have both the will and the knowledge. Then you will address the will means the political will. The knowledge means the scientific knowledge. And this is why we are here. The dialogue between both science and politics is not there. When you look at politics now and politicians, they look at me as a citizen. When you look at scientists, they look at me as either a user, follower, participant, anything related to internet. But nobody really looks at me as human. Science especially started to look at science should be the center of science. So you will see someone who's working, for example, in a biological weapon lab, proud that he already finds something really good in a biological weapon. He's proud of this. And he said this is a scientific adventure. He's proud that he found something really good. It's the same one who was proud to find the atomic bomb. It's a scientific invention. Okay. You discover for the past 20 years that all scientific advancement you know about it from Wall Street traders. And they all look at us as consumers. So science became like something for profits. Everything that we have here right now is only for profit. The focus of science was science and to make money. And it was driven by profit. And the distance became very far. The parliamentarians themselves, they saw science was becoming very, very, very complicated. So they don't want to enter, they just want to keep it there. They want to know about it there. But a real dialogue never have been. If you want to tell me how we see science in the Middle East, I will tell you in 2018 when I was coming by here, I went to Yemen. I work in Yemen. And I told the people I'm coming here to talk about science. And they told me, yes, we know about science. But what they know about science, they know about drones. They know about missiles. This is the science that they know. They don't know. Science didn't solve the problem of famine. Or didn't solve the problem of war. So for them, science is drones. Well, we're trying to find a way to communicate. How can we really put humanity in the center of science? Yes, we are going to say, yes, we are all doing this and we are putting humanity in the center of science, but as a matter of fact, we don't see this. And this is the reality that we are talking about here. How can politicians stop looking at people as voters and citizens, obeying citizens to law? And how can scientists stop looking at us as only consumers or customers, participants, followers? So this is the dialogue, and we want to come out with, to listen to you, to listen to them, and to have an open discussions. Dr. Sahar told me, and Dennis told me, we didn't prepare for this meeting, so I said we shouldn't. It's an open discussion, really. I'm very proud that in this meeting today we have scientists and we have young parliamentarians from India and from Mauritius. They are young parliamentarians. They are responsible of the future, and we are giving them a very, really not very easy task in our time now. We are giving you uncertainty. We are giving you wars. In the Middle East, 10 years ago, a nice country said, okay, let's change the Middle East to make a new Middle East. It resulted for like 8 million refugees and 3.5 million deaths and terrorism under the name, let's put democracy there, or let's change the new Middle East. Now we are witnessing the results of that game. Now we are witnessing what's happening in Europe. By the way, in Europe, they call it war. But because it's war. But when it comes to the Middle East, they don't call it war, they call it conflict. It will pass. And when it comes to Africa and the Sahel countries, they don't really care. To be very frank, they don't care. I've never heard the term war in Africa. I only heard the term conflict in the Middle East. And when it comes to Africa, there is no last thing that I would like to say, that we here parliamentarians, we have scientists, we have to come together with a kind of commitment. The future is now. Do we want to see a future that we humans, we don't have a say? We are going to discuss algorithms, AI later on. And AI, by the way, was based on algorithm, and algorithm is another one who I studied, and he was before Avicenna and before Omar al-Khayyam, and he came up and he's the Khwarizmi. So imagine that right now, this country, Iran, that we look at only through the lens of war, through the lens of Shiism, through the lens of terrorism, through the lens of... It was the center. It brought for us Avicenna, Omar al-Khayyam, and also Khwarizmi algorithms. All what is based on came from there. We tend to deny the history. We think that our history is now. Anyway, if our history is now, and whoever controlling now write the history, but the future also is now. And I don't think that the future we are going to give to India and Mauritius here are an easy one. We have to admit this. I will finish now. And this is not an intervention. This is not a keynote speaking. This is just to open hearts and discussions. I've seen lots of formal discussions about science, and I don't understand them. I told you I failed physics before. I need things to be simple. People have things to be simple, because this is the only way that we are going to cooperate. Thank you very much, and now I will give the floor to Dr. Sahar Atiyah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, please let me thank the organizers of this conference, because really I think I am one of the luckiest people who could make it and come to Vietnam for the first time and meet such important people like Mr. Van and Mr. Spiro. So really it is a privilege, I think I have been. So thank you very much. The second thing also, let me thank Monsieur Michel Larive, who is actually one of the founders of this committee, I think along with Ambassador Mukhtar. So I have to thank them both, because they also were really concerned about science and technology versus politics. So thank you, Michel, and he's here. So I'm sure that you're gonna have multi-activities with us along these 3 days. Thank you very much. Okay, now let's go to our talk and our dialogue. Of course, I don't know, I don't think I'm very well a talkative person like Ambassador Mukhtar, but I will do my best. He made it a bit difficult for us. Actually, I was not prepared, but I wrote some notes that were really, I was inspired by the talks of the opening session, the talks of all these great scientists, and really it gave me some ideas. And I think the first thing that comes into our mind is scientists and parliamentarians or politicians, they talk different languages. And these different languages and different, let's say, visions and is totally different. They are more into the evidence, and politicians are more into implementation. They want to see actions down the earth. So I think we need one day, but this is a very good beginning. I think today we are establishing really the nucleus of having such a dialogue for the future, as Ambassador Mukhtar said. And if we are looking for the future, so we need to know also where we are today. Today we have really difficulties, but maybe the pandemic, when it happened, it gave us a great push, because we really realized that scientists and what was done by many of, regarding vaccines or regarding diseases and everything, and politicians couldn't take some decisions unless they know what the science is going through. So this, for example, even in Egypt, in my country, yes, to take the decision, we had to go to scientists to see what are we expecting in the next future. So I think this pandemic or climate change, for example, this is another challenge, another crisis that also needs a lot of science and knowledge. So now I think there is no way to escape this dialogue, and there is no way to escape this interventions and, let's say, dual collaboration that is currently really missing, but let's say starting. I remember quite well, a very quick story, that I was, before becoming a parliamentarian, which only started like January 21st, so like 1.5 years ago, before I was a practitioner in urban sciences, so about, let's say, human development. I was very interested in urban planning, and I used to meet some governors and local institutions to give them some ideas or to present some projects, and I always was hearing the same sentence: you are academic, you don't know exactly what is happening down the earth. I say, no, I go, I see the informal areas, I see the poor urbans, I see everything. But, and to find solutions, you need to also use some of the theories and some of the ideas and some of the international approaches. And for them, it was hard to understand. And that was, like years ago. But it improved. So actually, when they established the Supreme Council for Urban Planning, which is presided by the Prime Minister, he had some ministers and some really, let's say, political figures, but also by law, this council has to include 10 academics in different fields and 10 researchers in different fields. So I became also one of these researchers and academics who are present in this council, who take really decisions regarding urban development and so on. So it is improving in some countries. I hope that I can see that in other countries too, because if we say today developed countries and developing, I think this is, when you talk about inclusion, about many terms, I think this has to fall into this relation between science and between politics, and maybe we are on, I hope that we are starting today something that is really important, and we can find a way to communicate. I think communication is very important, and not only between politicians and scientists. I think between scientists themselves in different fields. I don't think that even scientists like in basic sciences regarding physics, astronomy, and know a lot about what is going on in human sciences and in urban sciences. So I think this also is a step that we need to have this dialogue, this global dialogue, not only between politicians and scientists, but also between scientists themselves. So I don't know if I passed my time. I think it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Sahar. Basically, 3 important points. We are speaking 2 different languages. We need a kind of an interpreter. We need a kind of a translator, or at least a converter. At least, we need, okay, it looks like you have to drink, okay. So, you need an interpreter, you need a translator, you need a converter. We all yesterday we saw the solar panel. It's very good, but you need a converter. So we need a converter that can take this power of science and turn it to something very useful for humanity, and vice versa. So also the second point, you said inclusion and the importance of communication within the scientists themselves. I see this. I see that lots of disciplinaries, and I didn't see anyone from sociology, for example. And I believe this is very important, 2 points that we will add it then. Right now, if you allow me, I will give the floor to Dr. Karen, and of course you can look at the CV, and we are honored to have her here all the way from Argentina, 40 hours, and we have Bolivia came 57 hours. So they are really soldiers of science, really. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Mokhtar. But before I convey my message, I would like to say how privileged I feel and how honored I feel that I have been invited here to participate in this important conference. Thank you very much, Professor Van. Thank you very much, Professor Spiro, and the organizers of this conference is the International Center for Interdisciplinary Science and Education and the International Year for Basic Science and Sustainable Development. So it's really an honor to be here and to exchange some ideas. I think, and I think that this informal roundtable, I think, goes to the point of increasing dialogue and exchange of ideas. Because dialogue does not mean that we are representing, I'm not representing my country, I'm not representing my institution. I'm coming because I have certain things to convey to you and I want to listen to what you have to say to me. I think dialogue has to do with being humble in the exchange of ideas, in having intellectual honesty, and because each one of us has something to share and I have a lot to learn from all of you. So thank you once again. So I completely agree with you, Mokhtar, on your basic ideas about that humanity has to be the transversal value of all what we're doing, and I think this has to become every time more important. In particular, I don't know much about international law, but I do know that the recent treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons was based on humanitarian law, and that gives me hope that in the future, this concept of humanity, of humanitarian law, will really be the basics of all our actions and all the international institutions that Mokhtar was just mentioning. So I would like to talk to you from the point of view of a scientist, how can I complement what you said, Sahara, with which I also agree fully with what you said, but let's see, from a scientist point of view, what could be our input, our contribution to improve legislation and decision making. One point is that science is much more than a body of knowledge. Science is not only information. Science is also a way of thinking. Science is critical thinking. But science is also a procedure, and the procedure that has to do with repetition and with peer review. Repetition means that we produce the facts by showing once and again and in different places, in different labs and institutions, that what we are showing is a fact. It has to be reproduced in other places. In addition, our findings have to be approved by our peers, by other scientists. So it's not only us that we're saying something. Science does not have authority. Science is based on facts. So we need it is a procedure: repetibility, reproducibility, and peer reviewing. That's on one hand. So I think this is important also to convey to decision makers in their discussions, this also has to be there. I mean, it's not only to ask us as a scientists, let's see, what can you tell me or please inform about the virus or about quantum computing or whatever, and then we are going to take the decision. Yes, I mean, of course, as scientists, we do respect the decision makers in the sense that they know how to take into account other facts, not only information but also facts that are value-centered, finances, the opinion of the people. I mean, that's also very important, other cultures, etc. But it's also important that decision makers also include the critical thinking in their own way of making decisions. Another value from science I would like to convey to you is that let's see, what is our responsibility in informing you, decision makers, on how to take into account the scientific facts. We also have to inform clearly and simply our concepts, because we do not have to mess things up with too much detail in the sense of technicalities, but we should be able to inform simply. Richard Feynman, a Nobel Laureate in physics and one of my idols in physics, he said once that if he was not able to explain the basic concepts of physics to his grandmother, then he wasn't understanding well what he had to say. So if one really has the facts, the scientist should be able to convey in simple terms and clearly, to be able to construct trust, to build trust. Another point is about that we scientists have to also include very clearly the limitations of science. Limitations of science and the uncertainties of science. So this is not easily grasped by non-scientists, because non-scientists think, I mean, science is thought usually, or I mean, that's what I think, is that people see science as a body of true and basic facts that cannot be disputed. And science is far from that. We have really seen this during the pandemic, where we had a new virus. Of course, scientists knew about viruses, so they could rapidly adapt to this, but it was completely new. We're going to hear about that. And things were evolving. The UN told us one day we did not have to wear masks, and then suddenly we had to wear masks, and people would criticize that. But this was an evolution of how scientists, or we as human beings, were understanding what was happening to us with this pandemic. So this was very important for people to understand that science is not undisputable. It has uncertainties and limitations, and we should be able to convey that, which is not easy sometimes, because we have to talk about probabilities. And the third and last fact I wanted to tell you about is that we as scientists do not have to advocate our own disciplines, and we are not here to defend our own topics. We are here to inform. And we have to be careful with that, because people have to see us not as defending our topics, but they have to see us as really informing and contributing to the decision making. So, well, this is more or less these are the basic points I wanted to mention.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. And I believe that informing and supporting politicians with a scientific approach is one of the important things. I believe opening the science and the science mind labs for politicians is also extremely important. I believe that what you mentioned is basically a foundation of how can we understand our approach, or the politician approach, to scientists. So it is a guiding way for this dialogue. We talked before, not this time, about lots of other things that we will have to discuss later on. But I think that you are complementing from a scientific point of view what Dr. Sahar said as a politician. And now I would like to, if you allow me, Dennis, I would like to give the floor to also to a scientist. It was supposed to be you, but we do have a gender equality, but in IPU we have ladies first also. So please, we are honored to have you. It's an honor for us. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if it's on, I think. Is it? Right. Well, before I start, and I would like to thank Professor Wang and also the organizer. It's such an honor for me to be here and to meet everyone. And so I'm from Vietnam. I grew up here, so this play has a special place in my heart. So it's great to be back. So I really agree with what everyone has said. So as a scientist, so a couple points I would like to add. Scientists and also policymakers, they have very different goals, and they work on different time scale. Scientists always say, we need time. We don't know the answer yet, right? Where policymakers, they want the answer now so that they can make the decision. And so for that, we need to understand and to be able to work together and agree that we disagree. So very important. And also another thing I see from both sides, that nobody been held accountable for their action. The same with scientists. They can publish something if it's not reproducible by other people, or later on they found a fraud, that you withdraw the paper, right? And so we need to be the same with policymaker. When you make a policy, you make it to a law, and it doesn't work. And so basically you have hand waving, so you know. And so I think that also holds someone be accountable for is also very important. And based on what Sarah had mentioned, I really like, perhaps, I know in Washington, D.C. that they actually have fellowship for scientists to go into be a kind of do internship and be together in the same room with policymakers. And then I think that's great, but also like you said, the fact that you have a scientific background and now you go into this, you have very different perspective and be able to bridge in that. I think that also, it seemed to me, one of the keys here that we need to bring people together. And another thing, the point already been made, which is how we need to share information, how different disciplines need to come together. And I hope that with the pandemic, it already teach us we need to come work together. And that way we can be able to solve any big problem together. Because if anything happens in one country, can also impact the whole world. As you can see, the war in Russia and Ukraine, it impact the whole thing. And the same with the pandemic, impact every country. So I hope that we be able to learn from this and know that's something we work well, to work together, different discipline, but also between different sector, government sector and scientists, and we should come together. And that's all I would like to share. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you very much. 4 points that we are going to add in our report: the difference of goals between politicians and scientists, the difference of timing and the need of answers. Politician needs the answers now, and scientists needs to take their time. You're talking about nobody is being held accountable. It's a very important point. The third point, which is the scientific background of parliamentarians, is extremely important for them to understand the depths and the objectives of science. And then we come up with the importance of the pandemic, show us the necessity, the existential necessity of working together. So thank you very much. And now I was asking our real host, Vietnam, and he said that he wants to be the last one, you know. So he wants to take all the information, then he will give us this. And I will give him also the conclusion, by the way, you know. So please, can you please start? Please. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mokhtar. And first of all, can I thank you most sincerely for the great honor it is to have been invited to attend here in Vietnam. And we've had a great opportunity to meet people over the last 24 hours, but also a great opportunity to maybe share some of my experience as a parliamentarian and as someone that was trained as a scientist. So I've been elected to Parliament, directly elected to Parliament for 26 years. I have been a minister in the Irish government with responsibility for communications, energy, natural resources, environment and climate change. including responsibility for the Sustainable Development Goals. I think everything bar the kitchen sink. But it was an area where there was a lot of technical issues coming up, and I had an opportunity to engage with a lot of the advice that we were getting. And I picked up on a comment that was made here earlier by our colleague from Vietnam when he spoke about turning challenges into opportunities. And I think this is what the engagement is between scientists and politicians is and can be, is turning those challenges that we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis into opportunities for our own society, for our own countries, and for the globe, the globe and the world as a whole. Karen made the point that, you know, science is a way of thinking, and she's very right in relation to that. I remember I served in the shadow cabinet in Ireland back 20 odd years ago, and I very near packing in politics at the time, because I found myself at the table where we were discussing policy and developing policy proposals, arguing constantly with my colleagues around the table. And I said that really I'm in the wrong job when I couldn't agree with the colleagues around the table. And just one day the penny dropped with me. I was the only person trained as a scientist around that table. Every other person was a graduate of humanities. And I realized that I was taught very different to look at a challenge, a question, an issue. And I try to explain this to people by saying that humanities people are trained to look at a problem head on, in a one-dimensional form, whereas scientists are trained to look at it in a multi-dimensional form, in 3D. Can we get at it from another angle? Is there another way to provide the same solution and the same end result? And I think, you know, science is about thinking. It is not just about a way of doing things. And as scientists and as politicians, the one thing that we're all trying to do is to solve problems. Scientists are doing it for society. We're doing it for our constituents. And to make our country a better place in which to live. So maybe to take it from the abstract and give you a practical example. One of the challenges that I had in Ireland as minister was the issue of the burning of peat, which is our coal industry in Ireland for the generation of electricity. Not very efficient, not very climate friendly, not very good for air quality. And it seemed to be very much a black and white issue. You know, burning peat to generate electricity was a bad thing. But as the speech earlier from the French ambassador pointed out, that science cannot be considered without conscience, and it cannot be considered without ethics. And the difficulty with closing down the peat industry in Ireland, it was very much focused on one region in the country. It was very much focused on approximately 3,000 jobs in that one region. And to close down that industry overnight would decimate a whole region of the country and would turn it into a rust bowl, which would not in the long term be good for climate change. Because while yes, it would have a positive short-term impact, it would lead to a lot of political disruption in that part of the country. And we've seen what happened in the United States, where you had the Rust Bowl states, where industry was shut down overnight, where they elected a president who effectively was a climate denier, and actually rolled back measures that were taking place in the United States. So the fact that you ignore the people, you ignore the impact on society and communities, can in the long run lead to a rollback in the policy and the measures that you want to actually achieve. So we are in the process now of what's called a just transition, of moving away from dirty industry, providing clean alternative jobs so that you're sustaining the local economy while at the same time moving to a clean, green environment. And I think that's where science comes in helping provide us with the advice and the mechanisms to actually achieve that. And what science needs to do, you know, is not direct us as politicians. Yes, provide the advice, the best available advice that is available at this point in time. And we've seen with COVID-19 how the advice changed. And that needs to be acknowledged, that advice will change. But scientists are not there to direct. They are there to advise. It's us, our decision as politicians, to take that advice, to look at the other implications. What's the impact in the communities that, of these decisions? What is the impact for society as a whole? And then, based on that, make a decision and a route to achieve the ultimate objective that we all want to achieve. But it's not necessarily from A to B. Sometimes it has to be A to C to D and then back to B. But ultimately is to get to that end goal. And just very finally then, Quinn made the point about, you know, scientists will think through thoroughly an issue, and Sahar made the point that, you know, scientists talk about evidence, politicians talk about implementation. And it is a difficulty for us as politicians. We need the decision, not today, Quinn, we need the decision and the information yesterday. And scientists can't do that. But you don't always have to be definitive. You're providing the best available advice that is there today with all of the caveats, because some advice is far better than no advice, and leaving that vacuum there is when real mistakes are made. And the final thing I would say to all of the scientists here today is it's important that you actually listen and adapt your message. It's not just about delivering a message. Sometimes it won't reach the people that it needs to reach. Well, if it doesn't, then adapt that message and try again and try again. Because ultimately and eventually it will get to the right people, it will lead to the right decisions, and it will benefit us all and humanity as a whole. Thank you.
Honorable Dennis, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. It's you provide us with a wonderful different perspective about the mental processing of a parliamentarian or a politician and then a scientist. You gave us also that scientists have a 3D dimension for the matter, and this is also something that we have to think about. And then you also give us a wonderful advice about your experience. You never ignore the people. You said it many times, and I believe that it's extremely important for scientists and for politicians. You said that scientists should and must help providing with the advice. They provide the evidence, and we do the implementations. Your Excellency mentioned some elements that, of course, we are going to put it, because after this meeting by itself is part of our study, part of the charter. And I like the way that you said that we have to try again, and we try again, and we try again, because this is what we have to do now. Thank you very much, Dennis. And now for the, you know, we keep the best for last, you know, normally, you know. It's the dessert always, you know, like this, you know.
Allô. Mesdames, Messieurs, maintenant je parle en vietnamien parce que vous êtes au Vietnam. Et c'est une occasion pour que vous écoutez vietnamien. Oui, on chante, on parle pas, on chante. Tôi nói tiếng Việt, tại vì đây là ở Việt Nam, và để các bạn chắc ít nghe tiếng Việt lắm, nghe để chúng tôi hát như thế nào.
That you can feel how Vietnamese language is like. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank Rencontres du Vietnam, Professor Trần Thanh Vân, Professor Ngọc and their associates for organizing this conference. And it's our great honor to be here to participate in this. Can you ask him keep talking, because we have a simultaneous interpreter. So keep talking, yeah.
Thế thì
So I would like to thank the organization board, and I think after the five guest speakers here, I think we can say that they have covered most of the things, right? And today we talk about the connection between the scientists and the policymakers. And sure, there is a distance between the scientists and the policymakers. And sure, that the scientists, needs to be curious, and they are curious about the new things. Why the policymakers, they want to they want something stable, right? They want something stable. So that's the difference between them. But they are both do the same thing, or that they both doing the thing that there are a lot of variables. The scientists, they have a clear variables, but variable for the policymakers are very complicated. That is about the social variables. They have to work with different groups, social groups. So one side wants to have an innovation, wants to find the truth, but the other side wants something stable, something gradual, don't mess up everything, right? So that's why it's quite difficult for them to have connection, to get on the same page, right? And I have to say that, because for a long, many years, I worked in a university. So that's why university, we have like autonomous universities or autonomy in university. Yeah, in our university, I can say something different from outside, but just in my university. But when you're outside, you have to listen to the government. But the two sides must be connected to each other. In your university, you can say whatever you want, but then you have to make sure that what you are doing in your university will be converted something practical in the society under the light of legislation. There is some interconnected to each other, but those two sides, the science and the policy making, must be independent from each other as well, right? And it is the thing which is similar in all countries is that all the countries, they can see science and technology in today's time is very important. It's not only a kind of a necessary condition only, but they say that science is the resources for development. So the policymaker knows that they need science for country development, right? So that's where they meet. That's where and how they are on the same page, especially poor countries or developing countries like Vietnam. So I would like to thank our moderator, Mr. Mokha Orma. But I think Vietnam, we are a developing country, so we are aware of the interrelated between science and policy making, and we are aware that science is a important resource for development. But to tell you the truth, maybe I'm not fully aware of everything, but you know that the International Year for Basic Science for Sustainable Development is very, very crucial. Because we have a Professor Vân and already emphasized that science is closely connected with education, and education leads to sustainable development, and that is the pushing driving force for a sustainable society, and the sustainable society will be for the human development, right? This is crucial because that is the basis for scientists and policymakers to understand that more and more. Maybe I'm not kind of able to express it well, but in the past, in our history, human come first, right? Mankind come first, and then philosophy, and then history. Because in the past, all the universities, they need to have philosophy first. Philosophy is ethics, right? and later we have a natural science, we have a technology, and then economy. So in the past, sometimes science and technology and economy, dominate the ethics, right? Now we are talking about the instability, uncertainties in our world, and that's also because of the nature, but also because of people, and it is about the ethics, right? And so ethics and science somehow play some roles in our uncertain world, right? So that's why I would say now, even though we are, it is different. Because my thinking is that humankind, philosophy, and history, but now we are in a stage where we are more kind of developed. We can develop a developed environment. There is both science and human. So science, ethics, and human. But human, I put it in uppercase, not just human development, right? But I want to emphasize the word human, because at the end of the day, what we want to do, science development, but it must for the sake of human development. So this is the element that help us to between the scientists who always want to find new things and the legislators who always want to have a stable things, but then both of them have to go for the sake of human development. So at this time there are two things. That is, first one is science and technology development, like a big data, artificial intelligence, or machine learning, that somehow make us depend on technology, make us become more lazy, and we depend on such kind of things. And obviously, if we depend on that, maybe we wouldn't be controlled by technology. Now all of us, depend on the smartphone. Who can tell me that you can live without smartphone, without internet? Who can tell me? It's very rare, except for the kind of meditation practitioners, or for the kind of monk, Buddhist monk. So so now science, ethics, and human development here. If we this is very, very, very important, and this is what we need to highlight in today's conference, right? So that we can see the necessity of science, ethics, and human development. When I hear UNESCO and United Nations talking about the International Year for Basic Science for Sustainable Development 2022, I could not imagine the overall picture yet, because now students, when they finish year 12, right? That's basic science, but now technology, they will study like economics or kind of communication, and after the introductions about the international years on basic science, after this I understand basic science is the foundation for us to develop technology, ethics and human development, and there is connection between it. And I think we will never can say no gaps between science and legislation, but the two sides have to go closer to each other, right? Each government, the science community, they have to adjust the gap by themselves. They have to come closer to each other. Not only here, but we have to spread the words And I'm so happy that in the beginning of our afternoon, we had some leaders, high-ranking leaders from Vietnam here, but I hope that it's not just their speech in their speech, but it will be in the reality, right, in practice. This is important. Thank you very much.
A dessert. So it's thank you very much. And there is lots of things that you mentioned here, and it's really added value. You talked about curiosity. You talk about stability for politicians and curiosity for scientists. You mentioned a very important matter about resources for development. You also talked to us about the importance of exchanging the experience. And also you talked a lot about a very sensitive issue, which is ethics. Ethics is extremely important here, and we have a specific session here about ethics, and I believe it will be of a very important objectives and results. You talk about here, also you mentioned about the human in uppercase. This is really, I like the most. We normally, even when we look at human, we've never put him in the uppercase. And this also something very important, because humans should be the center of science again, and should be the center of politicians again. Then Your Excellency, of course, all what you've said, I have two colleagues here who are writing in details what we are discussing. You talked about philosophy, and you talked about, and this will put us back to my first opening when I talked about Omar al-Khayyam and Avicenna and Khwarizmi algorithm. They all were philosophers. They started as philosophers, and they were curious about the reality of the universe. What's bring us all? So they started by philosophy, and then they jumped to science. And Avicenna has a wonderful novel regarding this, how from natural philosophy you come to science, and it's one of the most important books that he did. The dialogue between philosophy and science, it was a little bit easy, and easier than the very dangerous dialogue between philosophy and religion. The dialogue between philosophy and science is easy. Science and politics is easy, really comparative between philosophy and religion. But Your Excellency, here you put the point about that we need to have a conscience, we need to understand the philosophy, the scientists need to look at humanity as a whole, and the philosophy under their support. I would like to thank you all. Really, it was very informative. My colleague Marine, this is part of a bigger work. It is not one meeting here. There is another meeting also we are building up. It will lead to what our dear former and current President Michel Larive was looking at. It is the charter itself. So I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank the panelists. You really make me very proud. Now I will go to my professor back. I will tell him that I told you that I don't know anything about physics, but I really know about human, and I care about human. And I know that we all care about human, and this is the point that we are here about. So please, the floor is open for questions. I have 3 questions came from United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia and Oman. They were supposed to come. One lost the plane, the other couldn't take the visa in the right time. So I have their questions, and I will give the floor first to hear the participants, then I will ask the questions later on. Thank you very much, and the floor is open. Thank you. So we have a wonderful, our young parliamentarian from India. I just want to remind, our dear Honorable Dr. Michel Jarod. I want to remind him that when I was a diplomat, the Chargé d'Affaires of India, we made a group of diplomacy, and we tried to make a dialogue between diplomacy and science, and it was horrible. And you can ask Michel Jarod, it was horrible. We really was going to destroy all the work of WMO because it was pure politics. And Michel was trying to explain to us that we are scientists. And I said, no, 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 no. I don't like this. You need to change this and that. And it came the time that he sit with us. He stayed with us and he explained to us, guys, this is not a fight of diplomacy. This is science. And we're trying to make a global framework for climate services. And we are not here to put this and that. At that time, personally, I withdrew all the activity. I stopped, and my Indian colleague, and he was this, what are you doing? So I said, listen, do you talk about science? And we are coming with all our package, political package. We are going to destroy science by politics. And at that time, we stopped this dialogue. And we took the decision to give them floor, place to grow, to help us. So I just wanted to remind, India is very important for me, and I wanted to remind our dear, he was the first symbol for me about when I was a diplomat. He taught me. Michel Jarod is a phenomenon for diplomats for me. So thank you very much, Michel, really for everything. And sorry again, you know, that was 10 years ago. Huh? So thank you. Please, the floor is.
Thank you very much. My question is actually for the scientists sitting amongst the panelists. How can policy makers coordinate with the scientific community so that the policies of the government can maximize scientific benefit to the people? Thank you.
Well, this is a very important question because, I mean, this goes really to the facts, I mean, to the action. I think every community, even from the small community to the large decision makers like the IPU, which is international, or at the national levels, there are many different ways of doing that, from personal science advisors or state science advisors to academies, to committees, scientific committees, to panels. I think at every level, every society, every group has to find their own way to do things. Very shortly, in my very small town in Patagonia, Bariloche in Argentina, I remember several years ago there was a problem with the condensation trails of the aeroplanes, and there was a large group of many thousands of people who claimed that they were toxic trails. They were called chemical trails. And they reached the city council, and they were very worried because we were sprayed with these heavy metals and all that. So this was fake science, and so the city council wrote to me and asked me to write a report on this. And I did write a report, and then there was a big problem with them because there was a big discussion, and I had to ask my colleagues, the climate scientists. But this, at the city level, this was a very small advice I gave the city council. But on the other hand, I was asking myself, I mean, they're losing time with these issues, which is really false news, is fake news or whatever, instead of treating the real problems of the city. And we do have problems. I mean, so this is devoting time and money and resources. So this is at a very small level, but then one can think of different, I mean, different countries have some, but this is, I mean, bringing scientific advice to decision making and to policy is not new, but it's not widely implemented everywhere. I mean, we have the Post in the UK, the Parliamentary Office for Science and Technology. In the US, we have things. I mean, now we have this excellent working group on science and technology of the IPU, and there are others, but there are not so many if you come to think of it. It's really, we're changing a way of making policy. And this is why it takes time to change culture. This is why it's so important to be discussing here, even if some of them have come from many decades already, 2 or 3 decades. But it's important to continue doing this. So every community and at every level, we have to see how to implement this. But the important thing is that it must be there.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Dr. Sahar will continue responding, and then the floor is yours. Then we will take a question from UAE. It's just to
do you think that policy making is a science in itself? Is it a science that need to have, you know, like all the, let's say, the methodologies, the logistics? Is it a science in itself, or science is different? We cannot consider policy making a science, or is it a science?
This is what a question. What should I answer? No, I don't think it's a science in itself. I think it has to be based on science, but it's much broader because it has to take other things into account. It's not only thinking about demonstrating something. You have to take into account what he was saying. Yeah, you have to take into account the problems the people need, and this is not what we think as scientists. I mean, you have applied scientists that think about a product, and also, I mean, sometimes we're thinking about, but it's a different thing. I mean, I think they come from different perspectives. So.
May I just just to add, and then I'm not going to talk again. I know that I'm bothering you all, but yeah, I think it's policy making. Yes, of course, it cannot be a science on its own, but we can get from science lots of directions. Right now, when you see, for example, the policy makers around the world, honestly, we need to study psychology first. And then we need to study sociology first, because in the end, it is the leader who controls. So there is an approach. It depends on how he perceives peace. It depends on how he sees his past. It is really, what we are witnessing right now in the world is a psychological problems for world leaders. And it's affecting everything else. So I would like to give the floor first, because our dear colleague from the Member of Parliament from Mauritius came all of the way, and then we will give the floor to our amazing colleague from Paris, the amazing journalist from Paris. And please, for you. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I have a question for Thuc Nguyen, and who is actually from Vietnam and who is now in California. Actually, it's a personal question. I see there are many lady scientists. Even Sahar is a scientist. She studied urbanization and wanted to actually... I heard what you said on when you went out there, and you said, no, but I'm actually on the ground. People were questioning you. No, but there's a difference between academia and being actually on field. And of course, we have 3 ladies out there, which I have to say respect, because I have myself been in the science field and I had to leave in Mauritius, but I will come to that later on. But my question is, are you ladies, the question is mostly to the lady scientists, all 3 of you, have you been empowered in your country to choose that career path? And then, of course, now today, you are already in that position where you can inspire other ladies, other girls who are actually choosing the career paths and choosing education or choosing science as a subject. Like, for instance, when I was in college, I loved sciences. I studied science until college, and I loved chemistry, but I had to choose to leave it for a career in finance because there was no option for me. So how was it for you, and how did you actually mold yourself to brace a career in the field you have chosen? Because I want to know how we can build on that and inspire others. And it's even in the country like Mauritius, I have set up my own NGO, actually, which is separate from politics, to empower young girls to take up science and even technology. So I would love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I grew up in small villages in Vietnam. I was raised, basically, shut up, listen, and obey. I was raised to be a wife and a mother. So even my father told me that you're a girl, why do you need to go to school for so long, right? But I think coming to if I were in Vietnam, I probably could get married in the village and have many children. But coming to America at the age of 21 without speaking English, and of course, you know, I wasn't sure that I didn't even know the Korean science was. And so for me, just one step at a time, but I always have that curiosity because like we talked about earlier, when there are challenges, there are also opportunity. I grew up with nothing. And because of that, the creativity and the curiosity always there. And just happened to be in the right environment. Like I came to America that actually I could become a scientist because scientists, you always ask questions, right? And I have been discriminated, and many people told me science not for everyone, so you should focus to learn English. And so for me, the more people put me down, the harder I try. I don't get angry. I use it as the motivation. I always try to think positive in every aspect, anything happened to me. And so and then I just show people what I could do. And I went on. Within 10 years, I put my footstep in America without speaking English. I could got a PhD. And so I just want to show what people can do. Thank you. But since then, I know how hard it is for a female, especially foreigner, to have a career in science. So I always reaching out to young female people at conferences. I always offer to help. And I approach female students to offer help. So right now, I have been doing, for the past few years, one-on-one coaching, 32 female young professors or postdoc, and helping them with everything. We get on Zoom, and a number of them I never met. So they just heard from colleagues, and they reach out to me. I also do a lot of outreach activity at local school, because sometimes, you know, you need to get at very young age. Right? And so I have been do that. I also supervise students to send them out to work with people. So I have many female students in my team. Yeah.
No, I don't have anything to add. I really congratulate you with what you're doing, and it's really, I admire you with all that. But this has to do with science and policy and science and humanity. I think what you're talking about is very, very human. And I think this is what we're talking about here. It has to do with how to inspire, in this case, other girls. And thank you for your question. I think is excellent. So this is what we have to do, and what has to be also incentivized by politicians.
I'll just add a very little thing because I really admire you as well. I think your question is very much related to culture and related to personal motivation. You have many aspects. It depends also, sometimes even it depends on policies and on politics and on the will that Ambassador Mukhtar mentioned in the beginning. Because, for example, the status of women going into careers or studying, if it is really, it has incentives from the government and from policymakers, it helps her more than, especially if you see, I mean, I don't want to go into the history of Egypt and how women were and what they are now, but it is very much related also to rural areas and urban areas. It is much related to the concept of the head of the family, whether he wants to see his daughter, because you will find two families, same level, same social level, one who wants to see his daughter, you know, a famous doctor or a famous, and another one who wants to see his daughter just a housewife. So it depends really very much into also the background of the family and how they see it. So, and you will find this in all countries. I mean, you cannot say this in developing countries or in poor countries or in European countries. No, in each country you will find the mentalities are really diversified. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. Mokhtar Dominique Leglu. I'm the editorial director of two science magazines in France. And I would have a personal comment and a question. My comment is that giving scientific advice can be very dangerous. During COVID, many scientists were threatened to death. In Scotland, in Belgium, maybe a little less in France, but threatened to death. So you have to think about that in particular situations. And my other comment is that the institutions, the science institutions, are not always ready to react and help, especially against really dangerous persons. And I wonder whether deputies and whether the political people are willing and ready to help the scientists who are threatened to death. That was my comment. And my question is to Karen, who talked about reproducibility. Say it in English, I can't manage. Reproducibility. And you know, when you read even science magazines these days, there's a problem in reproducibility. So if somebody from political people tell you, but I read something in The Economist or New York Times or whatever, and apparently there's a problem. What do you say? Are you sure of what you tell us, even if you say, as somebody explained, well, that's the best thing we know now, you know? So how do you manage? What would you tell them?
I can ask you back, Dominique. So what is the alternative?
I don't know. That's your problem.
So thank you for
we write about that. We write about that. But we're observers, and I wonder if somebody, you know, attacks you on that, how do you react?
Yeah, I mean, what you touched on two very important points. One of them, the first one about the scientists being threatened, and about the topic. I mean, this is very important, and it has to do with difficult times when we have, for example, a pandemic. But it also has to do with nuclear weapons, with a huge, with genetics, with touching certain very critical areas. I mean, this is something I think you touched on a point. Concerning your question, let's see. You must have heard of post-normal science. Post-normal science is the science that is needed to react to very rapidly changing circumstances. Like, for example, the advent of the pandemic. In the pandemic, scientists did not have time, infinite time. We're talking about time now, you mentioned that, to get results and to get the approval by the peers. But they did their best. I mean, there is a compromise in how much to get reproducibility. So they did advance. Some laboratories were even criticized for not having shown exactly all the steps until getting the vaccines approved. But at some point, there was a compromise between scientists and policymakers that we do need the vaccine as soon as we can before the pandemic spread out completely. So there is a trade-off on one point, as one aspect. But then, on the long run, science is correcting itself, and it's a self-correcting activity, and this is important to maintain this. So I'm not giving you maybe I'm not giving you a satisfactory answer, but there is also a trade-off in science. But that's why I was emphasizing that scientists have to really convey the limitations and uncertainties of science, and this has to be understood by politicians, and it's evolving. It's also live. It's evolving in time. But there's no other alternative. So, I mean, that would be my point of view.
Dominique, I have a question for you, please. You know, basically, We talked about politicians and we talked about scientists, and your role is extremely important. You bring science closer to normal people. You are the interpreter, you are the translator, you are the converter. Can you tell me exactly what can scientists and politicians do to support your work to get the message clearer, closer to humanity and human being, citizens? You know, because basically nobody understands scientists. I go to the doctor and he tells me about my disease and I don't understand what I have. I just need the remedy and that's it. I would like to understand exactly what is the potentials of your work and how can you really help in spreading the good face of science, help in spreading the concept of science and humanity. And I would like to thank you really for being here. You're adding a wonderful, very energetic spirit to our discussions. And please answer this.
Well, first of all, you know, you have to think that working in journalism or edition or publishing companies is not exactly the same job as education. Nobody is obliged to read my magazines. But there's a way of explaining, and what we have to do, and we can be supported for that, is talk to educators, talk to professors, if they want to hear from us. The problem is that you have some programs, at least in France, and people say we don't have time for something on top of all the things we do already. And that's, again, a way of teaching science. The feeling I have after all these years is that the way we teach science is you have to learn laws. And a lot of younger people, they just hate that idea of having a law. And you know, you have these professors, academicians, who try to teach another way, you know, by observing, by making experiments, but it takes time. So again, political people, decision makers, they have to know what kind of citizens they want to have in the end within 20 or 15 years. How they will react when they explain something on TV or on social networks. If nobody understands what the relationship, what's being taught during college, or and what's said on TV or on social networks. At times they don't make the link between things. They don't realize, because it's so different. But you know, it's a huge effort to be done, because nowadays younger people, when they come where they were, well, they just have, well, they learned Wikipedia, plus they listen to TikTok, and they have their own ideas about what it's all about. So how do you manage with that? And when you say you go to the doctor and you don't understand what's going on with your body, for example, but maybe you Googled before to understand better, but you did not really understand. But the doctor has to know that you Googled before and that you know plenty of things in advance. And with our pupils, or your pupils, it's exactly the same, and it will be even worse tomorrow. So, you know, it's such a huge effort to be done everywhere, by educators, by journalists, by politicians. I don't know if it costs a lot. I don't know, but frankly, you know, it's you know, when you want to talk about ecology, that's difficult, for example, with some people in our parliament, because they don't understand what it's really all about, and that science is in the heart of it. So, well, we have a lot of work.
Thank you. Sonia, please. So Sonia from UNESCO. I'm sorry? Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So Sonia first, and then Your Excellency.
Sorry,
so
to be very brief. I just wanted to say that education, the issue of education will be dealt with within a specific round table. Now, the issue here is really about the relationships and the dialogue between scientists and the politicians. And maybe that the question of journalists is very relevant as another kind of actor who can help maybe draft policy briefs. And this is important to have policy briefs for politicians. It means 2 pages, no more, because, you know, IPCC reports and other things, it's too long. So we need executive and policy briefs that journalists indeed can help scientists draft and prepare for politicians. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia, very much. Education will be on another, of course, but it was a question came with a human face, not education. It was gender support, and so it was answered in that context. Please, we will be very happy to listen to you. And I believe that we are talking lots of time now. I'm sorry, Michel. We can stop, you know, very fast if you want. You just tell me when to stop, okay? I have lots of questions, okay?
Thank you. I'm Abdou Sen. I'm applied mathematician from Senegal. I would like to share with you a very modest contribution about the communication between politicians and scientists. I think that there is something, an opportunity we are not exploiting enough now. It is the fact that politicians are very sensitive to public opinion. So I think that an effective trick would be to talk, to do more outreach, to do more popularization of scientific results and innovations. Mainly when elections approach. And I think that we do not do it enough. This is my contribution. Thank you.
We have to conclude. Dennis will, he's a parliamentarian, I cannot really, you know.
Just very briefly to come back on your last point, and absolutely scientists need to do that. But scientists have a responsibility to find out what's going on in Parliament, what the issues are, and offer the information and the solutions to Parliament. So every government, when it's formed, it sets out a programme for the 5 years of its term. You know, scientists should look at that and see, how does that feed into my research? Can my research and my results assist the government in making decisions? The same with each minister, each government department. They all set out their goals and objectives over a period of 4 or 5 years. And that provides an opportunity for the scientific community to actually reach out and to offer suggestions, ideas, solutions based on evidence. And that proactive approach, don't wait for the politicians to come, because when the politicians come asking, they want an answer yesterday, and the scientists are only being asked, just as Karen gave the example in relation to the airlines, the scientists are only being asked to get the politicians out of a difficult corner at that particular point in time. So be proactive rather than reactive. And just coming back to Sonia's point, and that is in relation to the 2-page. I shared a constituency with the Prime Minister at one stage. Albert Reynolds was his name. And he was known as the 1-page Prime Minister. If it couldn't be fitted on 1 page, he didn't read it. So that's the objective. One final point I just want to make, and that is Karen spoke about the post-normal science. And it is the case. Look, things changed during COVID. But I think there's a huge opportunity there as a result of COVID. Because up to now, politicians wanted certainty. You couldn't get certainty during COVID. It was based on the best available advice. The difficulty is, and some of the reaction that Dominique spoke about in relation to scientists, was because the politicians set the scientific evidence on a platform and then would not admit that actually the evidence has now changed, we need to alter the policy. And we as politicians need to acknowledge that evidence does change. Policy needs to change, and just like the comment that was made earlier that, you know, academic papers are withdrawn, politicians need to withdraw policy when the evidence changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Michelle, we are finishing and we want to thank everybody. But you know, Michelle, I started by talking about some people like you long time ago. I talked about Avicenna. I talked about Omar al-Khayyam. I talked about Khwarizmi. I talked about those because they are the founding father of science, medicine, and algorithms. And if you need, as I am finishing now, I would like to finish their stories. I started the story. And the story ended like Ibn Sina came close to the government, and his end was really horrible. He played with politics, he lost science, and he ended alone. People respected him after he died. People used to come from England to travel to Iran to be with Ibn Avicenna. But when he started to be close to the politics, it was bad. Omar al-Khayyam, the same story. He came close to the politics, and he became an integral part of the history of his country and politicians. He wanted to develop, he wanted to tell them that philosophy, we can live, we can love. His ending was not that good. Khwarizmi, before them, he dared to compete and to tell the government that you're wrong. It's not right to do this. His ending wasn't that good. I just want to say that it is not the ending of them which wasn't good. They gave us all reasons to work. Without Avicenna, we're not going to know anything about the human body inside. He dared to open the human body. He saw where is our heart. They thought that the heart is here. And then he found it. So those people, they were the victims of the relation between science and politics. And for this reason, I took them. Because in the end of their stories, it was the politicians that made it not that good. By the way, there is another lovely novels about them. Whoever wants to read about Avicenna, there's a French writer, his name is Gilbert Sinoué, wrote about him. Amin Ma'alouf wrote about Omar al-Khayyam. And this will be very good for all of us. It's another way to see how those pillars started the idea of science and how, unfortunately, their closing with the politics have a very bad ending for them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Makes it more
I'm really pleased to be here. I thank a lot Monsieur Professor Tran Van and all the organization committee, because it's really a great pleasure to be here and to moderate a session with 3 ladies. One question was about the role of females, but we are here 3 who had a huge role in the pandemic organization in our countries. So this session is the continuity of the previous session. There was a question about how was this dialogue between scientists and policy makers in each country. Well, we were supposed to be a little bit more, but some of them couldn't attend. But each of us will explain how it was in her country. Dr. Michel de Guise is the president and general director of the Institute of Excellence in Health and Social Care in Quebec, and he has a huge role during the crisis. Dr. Tu An, I hope I said your name okay, who is also a scientist and who was the major advisor of the Prime Minister in Vietnam about COVID. And I was sharing the Haute Autorité de Santé, High Authority of Health in Paris, in France, so I will describe how it worked in France. I prepare a small keynote, but a lot of things have been told, but yet I think some context is important. I think really the world and all the countries were not prepared to such a pandemic. The pandemic was really brutal, very complex. The virus was unknown and has very particular characteristics. For example, we didn't know that transmission could happen with asymptomatic people. Today, we don't know a lot about long COVID. And we don't know a lot about, we cannot measure the consequences of viral infection on chronic diseases. So we have to be very humble on what we know. We have still a lot of things to understand. And really, I think the world was not prepared to such a shock. At the beginning, well, numbers, you know all the numbers, more than 600 million of infected people, more than 6 million deaths around the world. Probably resilience, adaptation of the healthcare systems and professionals. And also politic decisions limited these numbers. It could have been many worse. But in many countries, at the beginning of the crisis, hospitals were overwhelmed and the medical teams helpless. And in the same, on the other hand, science have never been as useful, successful, with efficient diagnostic tools and vaccines very quickly. So the science had a role very important in this crisis. But this pandemic has a huge impact also in social, economic, cultural, political life of countries. Schools closed, sometimes for months or years. Work became difficult, sometimes were stopped. Health measures severely restricted people's freedom. There were a lot of cities with lockdown, but people seem rather locked up.
In France, for example, we couldn't meet with our elders who live in elderly homes care, or even our relatives, and it was very hard. I think this pandemic also raises major ethics problems. For example, at a national level prioritization, it's a very hard word, of care, intensive care or vaccines, mostly elderly people and vulnerable people, or mostly working people because of economy. How also will have been equity with vaccine? I think this raised a lot of questions, and policy decisions varied widely across states. This was true even at the European level, because depending a lot of healthcare resources and also acceptance of citizens. And many of these decisions were very hard. So how was science called upon policymaking? And how did policymakers use science? Because it's bilateral. I think this dialogue on science and policymaking has become really a key issue, but it was sometimes very tense and difficult. This dialogue is necessary in order to identify the best strategies to prevent, detect, treat COVID and limit its spread. And it's a key issue that science supports government decision-making. And it's also important for population acceptance of the decision taken. But along the health crisis, scientific advances provide tools to limit the spread of the pandemic. Science has given world's population a lot of new opportunities. But how science was appropriate by politic makers and translate into decisions, where scientific advice is influenced by politic makers, that is also a question. Also, somebody in the previous roundtable talks about uncertainty. And this was a major fact. Science was lacking a lot of data at the beginning of this crisis. We lacked a lot of robust data or modelization models. And also, scientific advice were highly evolutive with time, depending on epidemiology, on new tools, and that was not so easy to understand for politics or for population. I think really the feedback from this dialogue between science and politic makers is crucial in order to improve this essential dialogue. For the present, the crisis is not still at the end, but also for the future and future crises. In France, I'm not sure we did set up completely this feedback. Whereas so many actors have been strongly mobilized and committed during the crisis, we still need to learn to debrief from this global experience, and it takes time. In my view, coordination, preparedness, consultation are stronger today than they were 2 years ago, but they are still perfectible. We did not completely solve also the access to vaccine,
who became a geopolitical stake. Northern countries invested heavily in vaccines in the hope of regaining previous prosperity. The industry struggled to supply, so immunization rates vary enormously from north to south. This is unequal, and this is shocking. And it's not good also for an epidemiological reason, since variants can emerge. The question of patent was raised, and vaccination became also a national political issue in many countries. We have to tell that. Well, today, and thanks to Professor Van, you will have an example of the management of this dialogue in 3 countries. And I will let the floor to Michel de Guise, who will explain who is his function and how it works in Quebec.
Thank you very much, Dominique. First of all, I really want to thank you for this invitation. I really feel it's an honor and a privilege for me to be here and be part of this planetary conversation. So thank you. What a challenge. How can we summarize more than 2 years of a continuous sprint, like a running sprint, in, I was told, 3 slides and 10 minutes. So I will try to address this challenge. I will do my best to share with you how science was involved in policy decisions in a very lively manner in Quebec. So in the next few minutes, I have to manage many things, like you can see, so I will try not to mistaken too much myself. First of all, about INES. Maybe a few words about Quebec. I don't know how many people in the room know Quebec. That's good. 1, 2, okay. A few. So Quebec is one of the 10 provinces in Canada. We have a 8.3 million population in a 1.7 million square kilometer. In comparison with Vietnam, I think that you are close to 100 million population in a 330,000 square kilometer. So Quebec is a huge territory with a very sparse population. So those kind of differences, I believe, are really important in the way we address those kind of pandemic. What is INES? The National Institute for Excellence in Health and Social Services. It's an autonomous government agency linked to the Minister of Health directly in Quebec, Canada. It's a team of 250 scientists that are linked to hundreds of experts throughout the province. Our mission is to promote clinical excellence and the efficient use of resources in the health and social services. Our vision is to be the reference to inform decisions and practices, and we value excellence, independence, openness, scientific rigor, transparency, integrity, equity. We are really at the crossroads of science innovation and decision making. The Institute, in fact, it was very interesting, the previous conversation, because in our province, this organization really is the translation of science into pragmatic policy decisions and to help and guide the best practices to clinicians. So our clientele is the Minister of Health, of course, but the manager in the hospitals and the clinicians on an everyday basis. So, many things to manage here. A few words about the start of the pandemia in Quebec. The upheaval in Europe preceded by a few weeks what happened in Quebec. So we were a little aware of what was coming around. Quebec was among the first provinces affected in Canada. Why was that? Because we were the first to have the school break. And at the time of school break in spring, people leave Quebec because they are tired of cold weather. So people really fly away in warmer places because they get tired of the -30 temperature. So we were the first in Quebec to have this school break, and those travelers brought back the infection in the province. Of course, like everywhere in the world, I believe, but like many places in the world, we had a tremendously important crisis. Despite the fact that we were aware of what was coming, we were not prepared, like you said, especially in the long-term care hospitals. So the elderly with vulnerable conditions were extremely impacted, partly because there was a huge lack of awareness and knowledge in protection and control of infection measures. The key element for us as a scientific institute was to be part of the ministerial crisis cell right at the beginning. We had to fight for that. It was not evident at the beginning, but we were able to convince the deputy minister that we would be around only as observers to begin. And it was, at the end, decisive. We were with the College of Physicians, the College of Pharmacists, the Professional Order of Nurses, and the deputy ministers around the table, listening to their problems and trouble managing the crisis that was at its beginning. So the presence of INES was decisive, and we decided they could not believe that we could be fast, because most of the time it takes months, sometimes years, to produce a report. But our first ultra-rapid response was within 48 hours. So we did what you said. We took the available evidence about one single question and produced very rapidly a report to help and decrease the tension and the anxiety about the decision right at the beginning. These ultra-rapid responses that were identified and prioritized, and it was guided by the discussions around the table at the crisis cell. At the end, we were able, most of the time, to bring the answer before they asked for the question. And that was the key. It really strengthened the confidence they had in our organization. And after that, INES was an incontournable. You know, we were extremely important in the room to help them getting all the information we could at the time, because, like it was said, there was a lot of uncertainty. So what was the key for us as scientists? First of all, we created, of course, a scientific crisis cell within INES, and we met twice a day, every day, 7 days a week, to make sure that we maintained the production at the level that was expected. We produced some ultra-rapid responses, of course not always within 48 hours, but within weeks. And we did put a quality assurance to mitigate the risk going so fast. You know, our professionals were not very comfortable with the rhythm that we were imposing. It was not easy for them. So we make sure that we had scientific monitoring cells, we proofread everything that was produced by them, and we had the quality teams rereading everything. Progressively, we integrated experts, of course, within the province of Quebec, but also patients and sometimes citizens to help us understand better the crisis we were living. And the ethical preoccupations were absolutely all the time around our production, scientific production. So we had this in mind all the time. So we were able to adapt our methods to generate rapid responses with all the necessary nuances in this context where evidence was not available, where knowledge was fragmented and constantly evolving. Part of the solution was to produce evolving guidelines, living guidelines, and adapt almost in real time as knowledge evolved. The quality was based on the transparency of the method, the limits that were shared, and the fair calibration of the uncertainties. We were in this context where recommendations better be roughly right rather than precisely wrong. So we went on that way to get the information. We also published an ethical position paper very early in the crisis, where we highlighted, together with, of course, with a literature review, but also with experts, citizens, and patients, we highlighted the importance of research initiatives, even in the urgency. Because some people were saying, there's no time for research, there's time for action. So we really emphasized the importance of research rigor despite the health emergency, and helping deciders to understand that uncertainty and error in a pandemic situation can have pandemic impact. So not going too fast, evolving with the system. At the end, and I'm almost done, how can we be sustainable? So science and the really presence with the policymakers. First of all, we're still there. In a few hours, I will be with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health and summarizing what happened for the last week. So every week we meet, our organization and another one in public health with the deciders sharing the results of our readings. But the rapid and ultra-rapid response is not a virtue in itself. It is possible in a context of health emergency when we were swimming in the unknown. But beyond rapid responses, we really work hard right now. This is what we learned from the pandemic. Responses in a timely manner to help those people that have to take decisions. And for us, the key is to be transparent, like I said before, on the methods, on the limits, and a fair calibration of the uncertainties. And finally, the pandemic has reinforced the importance for us of moving towards what we call a learning healthcare system, access to data, measure the results and the performance of our interventions, retroaction to the managers and clinicians, and improving the guidelines accordingly. So thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. What do you hope to keep with outside the crisis of this system?
Like I said, I think that the biggest challenge that we have is really to keep this way to be very related to the ecosystem of decision, because like I used to say, deciders are first the patients that decide to take their pills or not every day, the clinicians, the managers in the hospital and the services, and the minister. But so very close to understand what they need and try to be really in a timely manner, giving them the reports to make sure that we don't arrive 2 years later with a fantastic report, but that will be put on a tablet because it's too late. So for us, the timely manner is really, really, really important, and adapting the methodology. And I used to say that our organization now and the science is more about calibrating the uncertainties and sharing that and taking decisions around that.
Thank you very much. Dr. Thuan, you are country director of the Woodcock Institute of Medical Research in Vietnam, and you served as COVID-19 lead advisor to the Prime Minister of Vietnam. You was at the heart of the dialogue on science and policy making related to the pandemic. And your extensive experience ranges from scientific coordination to the development of modeling tools for the projection of the epidemic in Vietnam and evaluation of interventions. So your feedback is crucial for us.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Professor Vân and Professor Ngọc for having me here. I'm very pleased to be here and to share with you. And I'm sure with many of you, and particularly our Vietnamese colleagues, it could be a surprise or very strange that I could be able to provide advice for the Prime Minister of Vietnam on COVID-19 response, because I'm an absolutely independent scientist. I'm not within the system. I'm not the member of the Communist Party, and I'm pretty much unknown before the COVID-19. I keep myself at low profile, just focus on my technical work, which is to look for new treatment regimen for tuberculosis in general. So why I came out to be an advisor for the Prime Minister? Well, as an epidemiologist by training and 20 years of working experience, I'm very interested in outbreaks and pandemic. And here comes the COVID-19. I find it so fascinating, and I put all my energy and my heart in it. And I see already the potential big risk of the pandemic on Vietnam, because we have such a, I should not say weak, but our health system is not ready to respond to the pandemic, so we have to do something before it collapsed. And I spent more than a year talking about it, giving advice to so many organizations, and no one listened to me. And I thought, oh, how could it be? And after trying very hard, I have some lesson learned. I don't want to take you through the chaos of how I become an advisor, but I learned a lot. And the first lesson is I learned how policymakers think and make their priority. It's not about me or scientists. It's about how they think and why they make such decisions. And I learned how to shape my message in the way that match well with their priority. And secondly, my message has to give options to policymakers. They don't want scientists to tell them what to do, what's the right thing to do. They want us to tell, if they do this, what happens. And what happens not only to lives of people, but also to the interests of the policymakers, such as economic and social development, the terms of each prime minister and senior government officers they have to commit with. So the modeling work has to be in line with such plan. And I need to send the message by a trustworthy people. Scientists often be seen as kind of academic paperwork people, only know about book and number, but not know about other things else, although we may know more than that. But I found a trustworthy team who provide advice on economic development for the government, who trust in me and who help me to bring the message out to the highest level. So that was my first lesson. And then I learned another lesson. Yes, I can persuade the Prime Minister with some important intervention. It doesn't mean that it got to be implemented, because the decision maker is not just a person or a group of persons, it's a system. And we need to make that system to run. And then I learned that the system can run if I can find the right motivation and change that motivation to make the whole system to start running. The third lesson learned for me is, at the beginning, I could not reach out to have conversation with the Prime Minister, of course, so many senior government officers reached out to me and asked for advice. I sent them reports, sometimes 1 page, sometimes 10 pages. As I promised to send to the Prime Minister, I later found out that my report never got to the Prime Minister. My voice never heard by the right person. So I work with media. There are 2 kinds of media I learned, which is the mainstream media. There are many journalists in this conference. I would like to thank them for working with me day and night to talk to me and shape my voice in the way that the lay people and people who read the news every day understand. It's not in the way that I write scientific report. And I work with social media. I know many scientists doesn't like Facebook or Twitter. But in this country, 60 million people use Facebook. We cannot ignore it. So I learned how to play with Facebook. And I learned how to influence the key opinion leaders rather than making myself a key opinion leader. And it changed a lot. So I am able to provide independent opinion based on evidence through different channels without waiting for a middle level or someone bridging people to send my message up there. The fourth lesson I learned is I really have to be on top of the evidence, have to spend a lot of time reading live treatment guidelines from different countries, and as someone already talked previously, news on New York Times and Guardians and Nature and New England Journal of Medicine, and sometimes Lancet make mistakes, so have to read and to analyze and form a team of scientists from different disciplinaries to work with me, and then we analyze it and make sure that our message is more or less the right one. So with that 4 lessons learned, I think that I was able to make through and provide the advice timely, and I think Vietnam pretty much success in COVID-19 response. And as a scientist, as an individual scientist, I learned that I have to be persistent, very, very persistent. I planned to give up several times, but my friend backed up for me. I have to be very brave. As a colleague said, I was attacked by social media and by so many people. Really have to be brave and very strong to be such responsibility that no one asks, but I think that all my heart and energy is for my country. It's the time that I have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really impressive. So how we work in France? We were very rapidly, we got the virus very rapidly, more rapidly than in Quebec, unfortunately, just after Italy, with a lot of clusters who began in February and March 20. And we have today around half of the population who were infected by the virus, and 150,000 deaths, which is a lot, but not so much compared to the millions of people infected and the elderly of the population. Hopefully, this is because the vaccination campaign was really successful in France. It began in December 21. We were in charge of prior authorization of vaccination, the strategy of vaccination, and it worked quite well. The state of emergency was in place in France from March 2020 to June 2021, and it authorized the government to take exceptional measures like lockdown, masks mandate, social distancing, vaccinal constraints, health pass, and so on. For that, the President of the Republic was at the high responsibility, takes the responsibilities with the Conseil de Défense, Defense Conseil, and he rapidly called on scientific advice to guide the decisions. And for that, he called two systems together. One who relied on the organizations who's usually tasked with providing health expertise. Santé Publique France, for example, who gave all the numbers and all the surveillance of the epidemic. And ICISE, for example, for testing, vaccine, or products. But it involves also simultaneously the creation of ad hoc committees comprising multidisciplinary experts to contribute to the production of opinions as a matter of urgency. So I'm president of the Health Authority, High Authority in France, which is independent by the law. And that is quite particular because there is not many countries where there are independent agencies. For example, we have one also for nuclear security. We have several independent agencies in France, but in healthcare, we have only one. And usually, we are involved in giving advices to the government on products who have to be reimbursed. For we are in charge of quality of healthcare and social care. We give advice on prevention, screening, vaccination, out of COVID, of course, and also care, safety, quality, and organization, and equity and rational use of resources. We do that by issuing guidelines and opinions who aim to guide public decision-making and healthcare professionals. We do not do that by only ourselves. We have a huge network of experts, and we are used to have committees and to set up committees for each proposal. But of course, HIS was not a health crisis management institution, agency. So we had, as my colleague did, to manage to change completely the timeline of the advices. And we have to reorganize in 1 week the agency in order to be able all to work at home first, to continue the work, the usual work, because cancer people want their drugs, the new drugs, to continue that, but also to answer to the minister questions within the week. So you imagine that that was quite a tough. And we wanted to preserve what gives us the legitimacy. And what gives us legitimacy, considering the French population, who is quite exigent? It's scientific quality, scientific legitimacy, so it's independent from industry, for example, also independent from politics, which not avoid the dialogue, and also transparency, complete transparency. So scientific excellence and integrity, transparency and independence I think there are main keys for legitimacy of scientific advices for policy makers. So we had to become very agile and adaptable for the emergency situation. And we had also to support healthcare professionals because they were lost how taking care of usual patients during a lockdown, but also COVID patients outside hospitals. Especially infectious specialists in hospital did not need us, but in general practitioner, they were quite lost. And we did, like you did, quick recommendations. We are completely different of our usual recommendations who take months to construct them and who are quite long. Here, it has to be very rapid and very short because people, professionals had no time to read a lot of documents. Also, we had to do that, but keeping our way to do that with our experts, not alone. Experts who are professionals, but who are always also patients, an association of patients, representative of patients. And we have that in all our committees. And it was very important during the crisis to have also they look inside our advisors. And I have to say that they worked a lot, professionals, but also patients. We sent the advices on Saturday, and we had to have the answer on Monday because we had to decide on Tuesday. And that's during months and years. So everybody helped a lot. I must say that we have produced quite 200 of guidelines, advices, covering evaluation of diagnostic tests, vaccination strategy recommendation, as well as how to care for patients in health or medico-social field during the lockdown. I think so the speed was also a challenge for us. We had to change our methods, and for example, we put in place a literature watch analyzing all the vaccines data provided by the laboratories in parallel with the EMA review, because we had to integrate a new vaccine the days after EMA. So usually, EMA do the regulatory work. After we take their results and we include the new drug in the strategy. We couldn't do that at all. We had the companies give us the data at the same time, and we had to do the work in parallel with EMA to be able to react very rapidly. And even now, with new adapted vaccines, I have to answer on this week, but I said, no, I'm not here, so it will be on Monday, but we have to do very quick. And the productions were also adjusted to facilitate the appropriation by recipients, professionals, but also politicals. I think another task who was very important was communication. And that was said by my colleague Dominique Leglu. Journalists had a very huge task to explain to population which happened, and why we give this advice. And we had to do a lot of pedagogy. For example, we had sessions with 50 or 100 journalists, and we were explaining what is the difference between a virologic test and an antigenic test, because nobody knows anything about that. And the population has to understand why an antigenic test is not enough to go outside, and a virologic is. So we had, and for the vaccine also, we had to make a lot of pedagogic sessions for specifically dedicated to journalists. We had some communication with the public, but I maintained this communication quite low because French people was completely saturated by information. We prefer to give the good information to journalists, and they could make their work. Well, we had, as I told at the beginning, the government relies on both systems, our institutions, and also other committees. And he set up two particularly important committees, a scientific committee, which was set up in March 2020, chaired by Professor Jean-François Delfrécy. It's a health expertise body tasked with guiding public decision-making on the crisis and to manage the crisis. This was a multidisciplinary committee, and he provided around 70 memos and opinions. And it covered many aspects any institution was not able to manage. For example, societal problems like can we do elections? In March there were elections, and the government wants to know if he could maintain the elections. The scientific committee gave an advice, and a lot of social tasks who were not in the field of the institutions. And a second committee who was a Vaccination Strategy Guidance Committee, who was chaired by Professor Alain Fischer, who is a very distinguished immunologist, and created in December 2020 by the Prime Minister. And he was mostly involved in the strategic and operational aspects of vaccination. Well, this, as you see, and there was also other committees, for example, focused on research, because as you say, research also had to adapt herself to be effective in a crisis. And a new coordinate research institution has merged. This agency is headed by Professor Yazdan Pana, and it was created to coordinate research on infectious disease. So as you see, there were institutions and new ad hoc committees, and this probably was a little bit complex for population to understand. And probably the fragmentation of expertise had a little lack of clarity for French people. And I think one of the major key of that is coordination, even regarding scientific advices and communication. Yeah, of course, we manage this coordination by our usual way within institutions and by informal discussions with my colleague Delfrécy or Professor Fischer. But there was not, as you saw, you had, an institutional coordination. And I think that was a lack, and probably with the new committee who is just set up to advise on crisis, but more large than epidemic viral crisis, all crises and all health crises. We have to think about, it's our responsibility to invent a system of coordination of all these expertise going together in the same sense. Keeping our independence is not the problem, but doing coordinate advices. That's what happened in France, and thank you for your attention. I hope you have a lot of questions. The floor has a lot of questions, I'm sure. Yes, Monsieur Jourdain. Microphone, please.
Yeah, seems to work. Very interesting presentation. As we all know, most crises are nowadays interconnected. There's lots of interaction between various different crises. And by background, you are not surprised if I'm particularly interested in the link between the climate change and the pandemic crisis. And we could see initially a very direct impact, but which was temporary, was a significant dip in the emission of greenhouse gases because of the impact of the pandemic on the economy. And so that was a very clear link. However, as we expected, it was more than compensated afterwards by an increase, which went further than the decrease because, and I fully understand the absolute priority which had to be given to fighting the pandemic. At the same time, it meant that some other issues were left aside with long-lasting effect. And I'm particularly pleased today that we have the parliamentaries with us today, because one effect, for example, is on the budget, because money has to be allocated with different priorities. So my question to you is, what is, in what you did, what is your experience in taking into account these other aspects, not just the immediate time response dealing with that, but also looking at the long-term strategy? Thank you.
That's a fantastic question. So thank you for this one. It's not an easy one. But we were extremely concerned at every moment because all the attention was on COVID. But there were people dying on waiting lists for cancer, dying for heart disease because they were afraid to go to the emergency room. So in parallel, we were helping for the decisions, and we were trying to gather information about all those vulnerabilities. For example, mental health, dependence, so it was a concern, and very early during the pandemic, we started to prepare the after pandemic, and we proposed a presentation that went through maybe hundreds of managers in Quebec to tell them there's other things than the COVID in Quebec, and we have to get prepared to reorganize because there's new diseases outside with COVID and outside COVID that were precipitated by this pandemic. So it's an excellent question, and we were preoccupied by that. I'm not sure we did find all the solutions, but we transferred the awareness about that.
From the point of view of people working in Vietnam, I can say that by the end of last year, 2021, when giving advice on COVID response, we found that there's another big problem underlying, which is the health financing mechanism that may create a lot of problem for the health system and health service delivery in Vietnam. And here we come, it happened now. We did try very hard to give options on how the health system should be financed in a more effective way. Unfortunately, the priority was given to COVID, as you mentioned, and we haven't been able to successfully to convey our message. We are still going step by step. It's really hard, to change such mechanism. Very good question. Thank you.
Well, I think I said previously that we didn't finish our feedback. And that is really a question. I was discussing that with Brigitte Aupran, who will manage the prospective committee of health crisis, health risks. But we have to be aware first of societal opinion, more than during emergency. We couldn't do that enough, sufficiently. And also we have to prospectively think with multidisciplinary aspects together. This will be measured, but I think we still are not completely mature on that, at least in France. Maybe some countries are better.
Yes, thank you. I think the pandemic was an opportunity and to expose our fragility in human level and in state level. Myself, I am a scientist. I have to decide if I have to take the vaccine or not. It was a first difficulty. But in the state level, it shows that we are interdependent and that all industries are in Asia. We know that now. And also, how we are exchange between states. About the vaccine, the situation was 10 vaccine for me, 1 for you in the South. This was a real situation. And also, I think it is a big, now, an opportunity to include really citizens, because we spoke about citizen science project. If people are involved now, are trained now to follow some indicators now, I think the next pandemic will be a less more so crucial. I think so. Because we have to learn now. In every village, in every country, in every family, people must be trained to look on some things which are happening and to follow. It will be put together in your network and to see how the next pandemic will come. So I think that world is very, very, very fragile. We have fragility in ourselves. We have fragility in our state. We have fragility. The pharmaceutical industry also have fragility, and it was not easy, this pandemic. But it was a lesson, a big lesson for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I have any answer to give you. Do you have one?
Maybe one comment. The other thing that we realized, at least in Quebec, might be the same in your countries, is the fragility of human resources in the health system. So I think there was a lot of emphasis on this. They worked so hard at the beginning, and now they are exhausted. So the fragility and the respect we should have for human resources in the system is something that is extremely and tremendously important, I believe. So just another comment.
Yes, another question.
Okay. In addition to what was said, I want to emphasize the lack of science literacy in the context of multilingual, multicultural capacity and sensitivity in our countries. And the multitude of information, the impossibility in this context to distinguish what is true, what is not true. In particular, today we face predatory journals, predatory publications, and even world institutions like the World Health Organization, they don't disseminate right information. They don't take care about what they said, what they communicate. So how to improve communication in science? How to improve science literacy in all these conditions? I think it is crucial, in particular in our countries. In addition to your challenges, which are global challenges, there are specific challenges in developing countries. We are like slaves of what happens in the world. As described by my colleagues, due to the poverty, due to the lack of real right information, you send in our country what you want. And the lack of science literacy also with the policymakers, our government, help disseminate false information. And this is not really good for our country. So we need science, we need international collaboration with scientists from the South on the table, not at, outside, and just to consume what you decide. Thank you.
You are right. OMS is here for scientific collaboration, international scientific collaboration. Possibly feedback also is important at international levels on the management of the crisis. And you are right that a key point is communication with people, with everyone. We had a lot in France also, we faced fake news and a guru who prone hydroxychloroquine. And it was very difficult to fight against it in every country, probably because the kids are not enough trained on public health and their health and so on. And, well, of course, we need more global organization. Yes, Dominique.
Just another comment, Dominique. And to add on what Norbert just said, and to, I don't know how to pronounce your name, Anne, you were lucky, bravo, thank you for explaining how you managed. But adding to what Dominique Le Guludec just said, in France, for example, there was a very powerful scientist who used to be, well, who's famous, used to be famous and used to be a good scientist in the old days, and who said total bullshit. And he used social networks as you did, on Twitter, on YouTube. So, I will say again what Norbert said. At some point, there was this difficulty for people understanding whom you trust. And that's the question of trust. And how do you manage with that? That's very complicated. And you know, in my previous comment, I wondered whether institutions are agile enough to react to that. I do not want to attack CNRS here, but one of the directors just said other kind of bullshit on the social networks. And it took months before it was stopped. And before CNRS said something which showed that they understood it was important to fight this guy. So, you know, what you did, you were lucky in a way, because obviously you acted for good, but some people act for bad. So how do you manage with that? When it's in your own community, that's difficult for the general public, and even for journalists, I can tell you. Thank you.
Thank you. I like to respond quickly to what you said. First, it's really difficult task, but we cannot ignore it. I decided to not ignore even the senior scientist who was my teacher, say things that I think is not correct. I'm not going to ignore. And secondly, I think that communication is a game. It's not a science. And you need to know how to play that game. Yeah. And for me, I don't want my Facebook page to have millions of people follow. I want my private life. But I know how to influence other key opinion leaders. And there was key opinion leader who posted a very bad information about me and my colleagues, who tear us down. But it's okay, no problem. I accept that. I work with journalists, and luckily in Vietnam, the mainstream journalists are very strong. I write news for them because they don't have time during the pandemic. I explain to them, even if they don't want to put news that I wrote, I explain to them why this is correct and why that is not correct. And I have to say that people like from VTV24 at Golden Hour in Vietnam, that millions of people watch that news, they always ask me about what is the right message to send out. And I don't want to be named on it. I give them the fame. So there's different way to play that game, and as a scientist, we need to learn.
Perfect. I will just add that trust is gained outside a crisis. You have trust for your legitimacy, your transparency, your independence, and you use it during emergency tasks. But you have to work on this trust outside crisis. It's better. You have a question here.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to speak. I don't have a question. I would like to comment on how India had responded to the COVID-19 pandemic, as India is one of the largest population in the world. And myself being member of parliament from India, I thought it was imperative to mention how challenging it was and how India had handled the situation. So during COVID-19 pandemic, there was a need of essential commodities like COVID-19 testing kits, N95 masks, the PPE kits, then alcohol-based sanitizers, ventilators, and special dress materials for the frontline workers. Most of these commodities were required in the laboratories and hospitals to fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. And this situation prompted the government of India to vigorously activate the Make in India program, and involved various research and development institutions of the country. The Department of Science and Technology was coordinating the efforts to map and upscale appropriate technologies in India for addressing a plethora of issues related to COVID-19. The government scientific agencies were providing full support to the community, to the researchers, private and public research labs, incubators, startups, entrepreneurs, and industries. Funding agencies were making an effort to link national projects with the global projects to share the expertise amongst nations, avoid duplication, and speed up the entire process when and where it was required. And because of these concerted efforts, we could start from a point where we did not have manufacturing of ventilators in our country to a point where we made so many ventilators that were sufficient for India, as well as we could help other countries that needed ventilators. So I just thought that it would be imperative to mention on this platform where we have policymakers as well as experts from the field of science, that how when both come together and there are coordinated efforts between both, how we can fight the most of the worst situation and come out with the best of the outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this important comment. Another example, different example. A last question maybe, because it's quite late, you are tired.
Yes. Just to say that after this problem of lack of trust, and I think that maybe a country like France should draw really lessons to be learned, because this country, like the European continent, was less exposed to pandemics than Asia, for example. So we have learning organizations like yours, like others. They are learning from experience, and they really should maybe make it more systematic as what were our mistakes, why we lost trust from the general population, what should be done, because now we have faced this crisis and we should be stronger, but we are not going to succeed if we are not going to put it rightly on paper, having it agreed by different stakeholders. This is an exercise of humility to make, but it has to be done. So I wonder if there is such an approach or such an exercise that is going to be done soon.
Well,
thank you.
I ask for that, and I hope for that. But as you know, this is long-term reflections. We have to make a lot of input on that, because I think policy makers pass away for another problem. There is a war, there is energy lack, there is economics problems, and the time for the retakes is not always very popular in politics, but I think it's completely necessary. Did you do that in Quebec?
Not yet, but I think I agree. It's fundamental, and I really push forward the learning healthcare system, so I cannot disagree with what you said. We have to understand what went well and what went bad and learn from that. But I suspect that every situation might be so different. So I vote for agility, communication. I don't think that we can write the book in advance, unfortunately. So we have to be agile and work together to find the solutions.
At least we learn to work together. Different countries, we have a lot of colleagues in all over the world. I think that really is important, because the next crisis will be completely different, and we will not be prepared for the next, because we will not know what it will be. But at least the network exists, the experience exists, and I hope we will maintain that. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the two sessions were very complementary. We had a concrete case from a general problem which was raised between decision makers and scientists, and here we had really a concrete case. Thank you very much. This was two very good roundtables. Thank you.